Welcome to Shredder Fanfic. Like, subscribe, and hype video. Join members to gain early access to new videos. The main character wakes up inside of Star Wars after he dies in his previous life. He finds out he has a system which lets him create Spartan soldiers from Halo.
Chapter 1, Ash on Dry Soil. The heat came first. Then the taste of copper. I opened my eyes beneath a red sky, lungs already burning as if I had been breathing the dust of this world for years. The horizon rolled with broken stone and dying wind. Nothing about it was familiar. No cities. No stars I recognized. But I remembered everything. I had died. Crushed and bleeding beneath the grill of a truck that hadn't seen me coming. A normal death in a normal life. It ended in seconds. This body wasn't mine. My fingers were thick with tendon. The palms calloused like I had never done a clean thing in my life. My armor wasn't plastoid or cloth. It was metal scored and plated, jointed like a beast's skeleton. I sat up from the sand, feeling the weight on my back shift. Something dense. Heavy. Modular. There was a mask beside me, sloped and angular, made of dark durasteel. I put it on. It hissed against my face, and something inside it powered up, feeding filtered air into my lungs. I didn't need to ask where I was. 2 moons overhead. A red sun. Outer Rim. This was Star Wars. And it was the Old Republic. I took inventory fast. A belt with no credits. A combat knife in one boot. No blaster. No ID. The armor was custom, no faction tags, no sigils, no segments of Mandalorian make or Sith engraving. My muscles responded like I'd trained in it for years. But I hadn't. Not in my old life. I breathed. Once. Deep. I was not afraid. I didn't question how. I had full clarity. Reborn. Nothing else. I remembered what this era was. The Sith Empire had returned from exile, whole fleets, not just scattered Dark Lords. The Jedi were faltering, the Republic bleeding. Mandalorians had already sided with the Sith on some fronts. Every Outer Rim world was a fracture point. There were no Spartans in Star Wars. But I could make them. I didn't know how I knew that, but I could feel the command. Like reaching for a muscle. My will could shape soldiers from raw material if I had the right bodies, tools, and time. The method wasn't magic. It was science. Accelerated physiology. Neural optimization. Endoskeletal integration. Combat behavior conditioning. Spartan I, II, and III data sets burned like a reference sheet in the back of my mind. I had the whole infrastructure imprinted. I just needed assets. I looked around. The terrain was dry basin. No settlements in view, but something was transmitting from beneath the ground. A steady Republic-encoded pulse. Not active comms. Just a beacon. Jedi would come. Or the Sith. Or worse. But this was the beginning. I stood, slow and deliberate. I would not die a second time. Chapter 2, Dry Town Loyalty. The ridge sloped in long layers of brown and broken red, and each step sent dust sliding down from the solace of my boots. The helmet muffled the wind, but I could still hear the distant throb of an old repulsor lift engine. That was good. That meant people. And people meant leverage. I walked for nearly an hour without seeing a single wall or antenna. The planet Jungatao, as I'd confirmed from the beacon's ID tag, had a slow rotation. Its day cycle would last another 20 hours at least, which gave me time to approach without being caught by whatever authority held the town. Or whatever passed for one. The boots I wore weren't standard issue. The internal ankle supports clicked a little when I moved. Probably scavenged or hybrid gear. It didn't matter. The armor looked intimidating enough. No one from this rim world would know what I was supposed to be, only that I wasn't from here. That was the point. The edge of the settlement came into view around a bent shale formation. At first, I thought it was abandoned, just a few prefab structures, a water vaporator, and a central comms relay tower with half its plates stripped. But then I saw people. About 3 dozen. Moving slowly, like they were conserving strength. Armed, but not trained. Miners. Jungatao didn't export spice or kyber, which made it unimportant politically. But it did have uranium deposits and certain kinds of subsoil crystal used in Republic ship frame manufacturing. Both sides had interest. Neither had control. I dropped into a crouch and watched from behind a ridge for 15 more minutes. No signs of Jedi or Sith presence. No patrol droids. No starships in landing bays. Just a pair of old headhunters parked under canopies, and one ore-hauler freighter with its dorsal panel hanging off. That was enough. I walked into town. No one stopped me. A few looked up, then turned away. One child pointed, and an older man dragged them behind a wall. I counted 2 snipers posted on makeshift towers. Both had bad sight lines and older model slug throwers. I didn't wave. I didn't remove my helmet. I didn't need to. The first person to approach was a woman in her mid-30s. She had sunburnt skin, old mining gloves, and a left knee brace that made a scraping sound with each step. She didn't carry a weapon, but the 2 men trailing her did. I glanced at their hands. Nervous. Undisciplined. They wouldn't be a problem. The woman stopped 5 meters away. You from the Empire? I let the silence hang for a few seconds. Then I tilted my head slightly. Which one? She stared. Republic, then, she asked again, slower this time. I moved 1 step closer. No. I'm from me. I paused. Do you sell food? The shorter of the 2 men raised his blaster an inch. Don't screw around. If you're with the Sith. I'm not. I waved his concern away with one hand. Too loud. Too many capes. The woman crossed her arms, watching my armor carefully. What do you want? Information. Shelter. And some ration bars. The kind that doesn't taste like glue, if possible. Her eyes narrowed. You expect that for free? No. I'll work. I looked around at the falling apart buildings and the tired people. Looks like you need someone who can shoot straight and not cry about it. You'll protect the town. I shrugged. If it's worth protecting. She gestured toward the central building. Then talk to Derek. He runs the station. You fight for us, you get fed. If not, don't expect anything. Fair. I walked ahead without waiting for escort. The one with the raised blaster muttered something, but he didn't follow. I could hear the way their boots dragged after me, people too used to injury to hide pain. The station was just a converted warehouse. No formal guards. A pair of old astromechs had been retrofitted to monitor entry points, but their optics were dusty and slow. Inside, the air was dry and warm, but it smelled cleaner than I expected. Water was being cycled. There were 6 people in the building. One wore a brown technician's coat and was half buried under a comms relay. Another sat with a data pad, running inventory. 2 others stood near the power cores, watching the lights flicker on and off every few seconds. The last one sat in a reinforced chair made from a downed LAAT crash harness. His beard was black and streaked with grey, and his eyes didn't blink often. That was Derek. He didn't rise when I entered. You alone? He asked. Yes. You a bounty hunter? No. You a Jedi? I tilted my head again. Do I look like a Jedi? He actually smiled. A little. No. You don't. He looked me up and down. You fought in the war. No. Then you're from somewhere worse. I didn't answer. He motioned to a crate. I sat on it. The metal groaned under my weight. He leaned forward, both arms resting on his knees. This town isn't a target right now, but it will be. The Empire came through last season. Took 8 of our people. Then a Republic cruiser bombed our hauler on re-entry last week. We're not on either side's map. I nodded. You want to stay that way? I want to survive. He squinted at me. You offering protection? I'm offering a trade. You give me a space to work. I don't need much. A room. Power. Something I can secure. He raised one brow. That all? I'll keep the town safe. From anyone. What do you want in return? I tapped one finger against my armor's thigh plate. I need access to anyone who volunteers for augmentation. Young, preferably. Strong enough to endure training. I'll decide if they pass. You looking to build a militia? No. Then what are you building? I leaned back slightly. Better people. Derek didn't speak for a long time. Finally, he said, you'll have to earn it. I stood. That's fine. He waved a hand. You'll sleep in the West Bay. It's been sealed off since the mine collapsed under it. Power grid's still connected. You'll need to reroute it yourself. Easy. You'll get 2 ration packs a day. Water's limited. Don't complain. I won't. He looked at the others. Set him up. And don't argue. The West Bay was exactly what he said. A half-buried storage hall under what used to be the main mining shaft. The walls were reinforced, and there was a lift that hadn't worked in years. I stripped out the corroded cables and rerouted them into a basic loop. Once power came back on, I locked the hatch from the inside and sat down on the floor. No beds. No luxuries. Good. The daytop pad I found in the crate by the wall was running an older Republic OS, but it still had the standard tech libraries preloaded. That was all I needed. I pulled the data port from my armor's wrist and began linking systems. The screen blinked twice. Access granted. I began to build. Spartans didn't happen overnight. They needed gene-mapped baselines, growth accelerators, bone reinforcement, neural calibration, reflex conditioning. None of that existed on Jungatao. Not yet. But if I had the right volunteers, I could start phase 0. Physical selection. Habitual retraining. Isolation. Then mental discipline. It would take time. But time was all this town had. 2 hours later, there was a knock. I didn't answer. The hatch opened anyway. It was the woman from earlier, the one who asked if I was from the Empire. She held a water pack in one hand and a ration bar in the other. Food, she said, tossing it onto the crate beside the wall. Name's Rill. I'm the one you talk to if you need anything. I didn't respond. She looked around. You're not a Mandalorian. No. Not a clone. No. Not a Jedi. I looked at her. No. She leaned against the door frame. People here don't trust outsiders. I noticed. You planning on sticking around? Depends. On what? On whether this town stays mine. She didn't smile. You think you can own it? I unwrapped the ration bar and bit into it. It tasted like powder mixed with glue. Yes. She watched me for another 10 seconds. Then she turned to leave. You're insane. I chewed and swallowed. Probably. 3 days passed. I didn't leave the West Bay except to walk the town's perimeter. People stared. Children pointed. No one spoke to me unless I spoke first. I didn't mind. On the 4th day, Derek sent Rill to get me. "They're here," she said. "Who?" "Sith. Just one." I locked my armor's gauntlet and followed her up the shaft stairs. The Sith stood at the center of the town's square, not bothering with cover. His robe was clean. Black. Standard short saber at the hip. I estimated him mid-20s. No visible rank markers. Probably a field agent, not a commander. Derek stood in front of him, hands at his sides. Not aggressive. Just alert. The Sith was asking questions. Rill and I stopped 20 meters back. I could hear everything. "You received Republic weapons last cycle," the Sith said. "A shipment tagged for Sector 12. Explain how that happened." Derek shrugged. "We didn't receive anything." The Sith smiled. "Don't lie." "I'm not." The Sith raised one hand slowly, just enough to call attention to it. A thin ripple of air distorted around his fingers. I stepped forward. He turned slightly, sensing it. "And you are?" I didn't speak. I just walked until I was 10 paces away. Derek said, "He's with us." The Sith tilted his head. "This isn't your world." "It is now." "You're not Sith. Not Jedi. Not Mandalorian." "No." The Sith stepped forward. "You think armor will protect you?" I smiled. "It's not the armor." "You plan to interfere?" "Yes." His saber activated. The red blade hummed softly in the dust. I didn't draw a weapon. I just moved forward. His expression changed. He stepped back, blade raised. I moved again. Fast. He swung, but I was already at his side. I caught his wrist with one hand, pivoted, and drove my knee into his ribs. The impact crunched. He staggered, dropped the saber. I kicked it away. He fell. Hard. I didn't kill him. I just waited until he stopped moving. Then I turned to Derek. "I'll need the first volunteers tomorrow." Derek nodded. Chapter 3, Foundation in Flesh. The town square was nearly empty by mid-morning. The only activity came from a pair of old droids unloading scrap from a land skiff and a boy sweeping around the water vaporator with a bent piece of pipe. A wind rolled dust low across the ground. I sat on a crate in the sun, one arm resting on my raised knee, helmet off for once. People looked when they thought I wasn't looking. Rill stood to the side with a day top hat. "Derek says we're starting with 14, she said. I nodded and pulled a half-eaten ration bar from the pouch clipped to my thigh plate. "Send the rest away. I'm not going to run a daycare." She raised her eyebrows, unimpressed. "They're between 11 and 16. Most of them have done hauling work since they could walk. You won't find better stock on this rock." "Good," I said, biting into the bar and talking around it, "because I'm not taking anyone soft." They all volunteered. I chewed and swallowed. "That doesn't mean they're ready." Rill's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. She waved at someone behind her. "All right. You're the expert." I stood and stretched my arms behind my back. The armor let out a quiet flex of metal as it adjusted. The bay door to the old mechanic's hangar opened a few moments later. One by one, the candidates walked out and stood in a line. I looked them over without trying to hide it. They were ragged. Some more than others. 3 were girls. 11 boys. Skin burnt and hardened by the sun. Fingers calloused. Their shirts were patched and mismatched. Several wore tool belts. One had bare feet. Two of the older ones already stood with their hands behind their backs like soldiers. None of them flinched when I stepped forward. I walked in front of them, slowly, one boot step at a time. When I stopped in front of the first, I asked a single question. "What's your name?" "Vex," he said. He was small. Probably 12. Freckles across both cheeks. "You strong?" He nodded. "I carry equipment for my uncle. I can move durasteel beams." "You shoot?" "No." I moved on. Second. Name. Tam. Age. 15. You kill anything? He hesitated. "Rats," he said. "Big rats or the tiny ones?" "Big. From the caves." I gave him a nod. "You might be useful." Third. Name. Lida. "Speak up." "Lida," she repeated. "I help clean the refinery." "Anyone ever attack the refinery while you were there?" "No." "Then you've never had to defend it?" "No." I walked down the line until I reached the final candidate. He was taller than the rest. Dark hair, cropped clothes. No weapons, but I could see knife marks on his belt. Name. Gerald. How old? 16. You've been in a fight? He shrugged. Couple. You lose? No. Good. I stepped back and looked over the line. Then I turned toward Rill. 6 stay, I said. Send the others home. Her expression didn't change, but I caught the small pause in her breath. She looked down at the names on the day top pad and began to call out the rest. 8 were dismissed. A few tried not to show they were disappointed. One girl looked like she might cry but kept her face straight. Don't break anything on the way out, I said cheerfully. Gerald stayed. Tam stayed. Vex too. Along with Lida, one of the others Kale and the last boy, Nerut. I pointed to the ground. Sit. They all sat. I dropped down on a crate and leaned forward. Starting tomorrow, you'll wake before the sun. You'll run before food. You'll eat after drills. You'll train in silence. If you speak, you'll run again. Vex raised his hand. I pointed at him. Yes, Tiny. Are we learning to fight? Yes. Among other things. Lida spoke next. What are the other things? Pain, I said. Failure. Isolation. Conditioning. If you survive that, then we do the rest. Tam frowned. The rest. Augmentation. Gerald's eyes narrowed. You're going to change our bodies. Eventually. Not yet. I stretched my neck and rolled my shoulder. You're not ready. First, you prove you can survive long enough to be worth changing. Nerut leaned forward a little. What happens if we don't make it? I grinned. Then I find someone who does. None of them spoke after that. The West Bay was converted into a temporary holding area. I cleared one of the old storage chambers, threw down 6 mats, and left a water unit in the corner. No blankets. No lights after dusk. No talking after entering. They didn't complain. I liked that. By the second day, Gerald was already showing signs of leadership. Not the loud type. He just moved first and watched everything I did. When I called for laps, he ran faster. When I gave an order, he responded without question. The others noticed. I didn't say anything about it. Let them figure out hierarchy on their own. I didn't use droids. No training simulators. No weight machines. Just drills. I started with circuit sets, core stabilization, pressure endurance, crawl tunnel sequences, grip holds. The terrain outside the town was useful. There were half-collapsed mining shafts, broken support struts, and jagged rock lines where landslides had shifted the upper basin. Every morning, I walked them out of the bay and pointed toward a direction. "Run there," I'd say. "Come back with all 6. If someone slowed down, they went again. If someone failed to finish, they didn't eat." Vex vomited on the second day. I handed him a water pack and made him run again. Tam twisted his ankle on a slope. I taped it myself and gave him 10 minutes to rest. Then I made him run the same route, backwards. Kale hesitated when I ordered him to jump into a collapsed shaft. I kicked him in. He climbed out with his hands bleeding. Lita didn't break. She wasn't the fastest, or the strongest, but she didn't stop. Her eyes stayed locked on mine every time I gave a new command. It wasn't aggression. It was fixation. By the end of the first week, they had stopped talking to each other. They moved as a group. They ate in silence. They cleaned their own clothes. I assigned no quarters, only mats. Ril visited once every 2 days. She never entered the training zone. Just brought supplies and stood outside until I came to collect them. On the 9th day, Gerald approached me directly. "We need better food." I was adjusting the belt tension on one of the old storage lockers. I looked up. "Are you dying?" "No." "Then your food is good enough." He stared. Didn't move. I tilted my head. "You want something else?" "For the team." I grinned. "You want to lead?" "No." "You already are." He glanced back toward the others. "We can do more." I stood up and walked toward him until we were 2 feet apart. "Good. You'll prove it." "How?" "Tomorrow." The next day, I woke them an hour earlier than usual. No breakfast. We ran 5 kilometers through a steep gulch east of the town, where the terrain sloped unevenly and the path was broken by erosion channels. I followed behind on foot. No speeder. No armor assist. I watched how they moved. Vex stumbled twice. Lita helped him both times. Kale twisted his foot but didn't speak. Tam carried Nerut on his back for the last leg when his knees gave out. When we returned, I walked them into the main hangar. Ril was waiting. There were 2 boxes on the ground. I opened the first one and pulled out 6 old slug thrower rifles. Long barrel. Bolt action. Nothing fancy. "You'll clean them," I said. Gerald stepped forward and picked one up. He turned it in his hands, checked the chamber, sighted down the barrel, and nodded. "I've used one of these." "Not like this." The second box had tools. Maintenance gear. A single pair of goggles. 1 cloth for wiping down after oiling. 1 set, I said. "You'll share." Tam leaned over and looked inside. "No scopes." I shook my head. "You don't need scopes. You need discipline." We trained with the rifles until dusk. First dry handling. Then prone positioning. Then reload timing. I had them line up in a row and lie in the dust. Every time someone misloaded, I slapped the back of their heads. By the 3rd repetition, they were laughing. Even Gerald. I smirked and let them. At night, I started neural training. Nothing invasive. Just audio sequences. Repetition-based conditioning through structured sleep reinforcement. The old Republic tech wasn't meant for this, but I could make it work. I patched the sound systems through the hangar's internal relay and played command simulation audio between 0200 and 0400. Sleep pattern disruption would help acclimate them to high-stress ops later. They didn't know that yet. By the end of the second week, their bodies had already changed. Gerald had gained lean mass. Tam's endurance doubled. Vex had stopped vomiting. Nerut's hands had healed over with thicker calluses. Lita started running ahead of the group. Kale hadn't spoken a word in 4 days. Rill pulled me aside the next morning. "They're too quiet." I chewed a ration bar and shrugged. "Means they're focused. They're kids. They're recruits." Her voice lowered. "You're changing them. That's the point." She crossed her arms. "Don't break them." I smiled. "I only break what needs fixing." She stared. "I'm serious," she said. My expression didn't change. "So am I." Chapter 4, Injection Trials Begin. I woke before the kids. There wasn't a lot of light in the West Bay, but the power relays were holding. The hum of the overhead lamps gave off just enough to see the steel flooring clearly. It was clean. I didn't clean it. That meant the candidates had started doing it themselves. Good. Meant they were learning without being told. I walked over to the sealed supply locker and keyed in the access code I'd scrambled into the bay's secondary terminal. The hatch clicked open. Inside were 6 sterile cases. All closed. Each one held a basic injection kit. They weren't military grade. This wasn't Kamino or Mainan. These were old Republic MedOps kits pulled from leftover stock in the hangar's emergency lockers. The injectors were primitive hydro-pressurized, no failsafes. 1 use per load. The compounds inside were modified from nutrient recovery formulas. With enough concentration, I could push tissue fortification. Not bone regrowth or synthetic replacement. But it was enough for durability trials. I turned over the first injector in my hand. It had a dull gray casing and a white strip around the trigger. The label read: B228/skeletal fiber stabilizer, dosage 0.5 ml. I smiled a little and placed it back into the case. It wasn't going to kill them. Probably. I shut the locker and walked over to the sleeping candidates. They were on their mats, lined up with even spacing. No talking. They didn't move when I stood over them. I kicked the crate near the door with my boot. "All of you up." Gerald sat up first. Vex rubbed his eyes and sat up second. Lita stood with no hesitation. Kale didn't stretch. Tam groaned quietly. Nerut rolled his shoulder twice before rising. I nodded at them. "Training is suspended for the day. Follow me." No one asked questions. They moved into a line and followed me through the side corridor. I walked them past the outer ramp and into the lower chamber. The lights down here were dimmer, and the air was colder. A lot of the equipment hadn't worked in years, but I had repaired 2 med tables, both upright. Just enough. Rill stood against the far wall with a folded set of towels and a small case of water cartridges. She looked at me but didn't say anything. I motioned to the candidates. "Line up." They formed a row in front of the 2 med tables. The room was narrow. The power cables stretched over the ground where I'd stripped them from the old comms tower. Everything smelled like solder and coolant. I looked at them and held up one of the injectors. "We're starting phase 1. Each of you will receive a stabilizer shot. If your body accepts it, you'll start absorbing faster. Healing will improve. Muscle and bone strength will increase. Slightly. It's the foundation for what comes later." Gerald looked at the injector. "Side effects?" "Yes. Pain. Heat. Cramping. You might vomit. One of you might collapse." Tam shifted his weight. "If that happens," he asked, "you'll recover. Or you won't." I pointed to the first table. Gerald, you're up. He stepped forward and sat on the edge of the table without speaking. I grabbed a skin wipe from Ril's supply box and cleaned the side of his neck. His pulse was steady. His eyes didn't look away. I loaded the injector and pressed it against the base of his shoulder. The hiss was sharp. He grunted once but didn't move. Pain. Not yet. Wait 10 seconds. 7 seconds later, his arms tightened. I saw his hands flex. Then his shoulders locked. He clenched his jaw. His breath stopped for 3 seconds. Then a long exhale. Still with me? Yet. Step down. He moved off the table without needing help. A line of sweat was already forming near his collar. Next. Lita came forward. I repeated the process. She didn't flinch when the injector hissed. She didn't even blink. Pain. Stomach. Cramping. She nodded. On your feet. She stepped down and stood to the side. Vex was third. He hesitated when I called him. I smiled. Don't worry, you'll only scream for a few seconds. He gave a shaky laugh and walked forward. He sat on the table. You nervous? I asked. He nodded. Good. Means you're paying attention. I wiped his skin, loaded the injector, and pressed it against the same spot as the others. The hiss sounded, and his shoulders immediately tensed. He curled forward, gasped, then coughed twice. Talk. Hurts, he said. Where? Back. Stomach. Vision blurred. No. He sat up slowly. You done? He nodded. I held out a hand. He took it. I pulled him to his feet. Drink water. Walk it off. He moved slowly but didn't fall. Next came Tam. His reaction was sharper. The injection caused a full body spasm for 3 seconds. He let out a rough sound from his throat, then steadied his breathing. I held his shoulder until the tension left. Side effects. Chest. Tight. Heartbeat irregular. No. Just fast. Keep moving. It'll burn off. He stepped down and leaned on the wall for a few moments. Kale walked forward without being called. He didn't say anything when I wiped his skin. Didn't ask about the pain. When the injector hissed, his eyes narrowed. But he didn't react. I stared at him. You good? He nodded once. Step down. He did. Nerut was last. He gave me a half smile. Hope you saved a good one. Of course. This one hurts the most. I held up the injector and tapped the side. Extra spice. He snorted. Bring it. The hiss was louder than usual. Might have been a pressure fault. Nerut's back arched. He gripped the side of the table and exhaled fast. His eyes rolled up for half a second. I grabbed his shoulder and steadied him. You all right? Feels like someone poured acid in my spine. Normal. He sat for 30 seconds before standing. All 6 now stood near the far wall, breathing harder. Ril stepped forward and handed out water packs. They drank without speaking. I set the empty injector casings on the crate and checked each one's used dose level. All were clean. You'll rest today. No drills. No running. You eat full meals. You hydrate. Gerald looked up. When does the second dose come? After the next round of physicals. I pointed to the meds I'd laid out in the chamber. Sit. Rest. They followed the order. I sat on the crate and folded my arms. They had done well. Later that evening, I brought each of them one at a time to a small diagnostic station I had cobbled together from Old Republic Medgear. The readings weren't precise, but they gave enough data. Jirul's heart rate had stabilized. Lida's body temp was slightly elevated but within limits. Vex's muscle strain was moderate. Tam's neural readings showed a spike in adrenaline but no long-term irregularities. Kale's readings were flat. Too flat. I made a note to watch him closer. Nerut had the highest stress markers. I set him on lighter watch. I didn't tell them the numbers. The next morning, I ran them through basic motion drills. No heavy endurance. Just balance, coordination, reaction. Jirul's speed had improved by 8%. Lida's flexibility was higher. Vex's balance had stabilized. Tam's lung capacity had improved slightly. Kale showed no change. Nerut's reaction speed was slower. Ril entered halfway through the drills and stood by the door. "You're tracking vitals?" "Yes. They're holding up. Mostly. You'll give them another dose." "Eventually." She walked over to Vex and handed him another water pack. "They look older already," she said. "They're not." She looked at me. "They act like they are. They're still kids." She studied them for a few seconds more, then turned and left. That night, I checked each one while they slept. Jirul slept light. Muscles twitched slightly every few minutes. Active REM cycle. No sign of trauma response. Lida's breathing was even. One hand curled around the edge of her mat. Vex was sweating. Temperature high. I placed a cooler pack on his neck and adjusted the ventilation. Tam slept like a rock. No movement. Kale slept sitting up. Nerut snored. I sat in the corner for 2 hours just watching. No one woke. I kept the light low. The West Bay stayed quiet except for the hum of the power relays and the soft pump of the oxygen cycling system. Chapter 5, Physical Trial Protocols. I kicked open the storage hatch on the far side of the West Bay and dragged out the reinforced crate I'd sealed last cycle. Dust fell in sheets off the top. One of the old labels peeled off as I shifted the lid. I pried it open with my boot heel and pulled the latch loose. Inside were 20 rust-stained gravity load plates. They were half-weights, stripped from retired loading droids back when the mining station was still functioning. I ran diagnostics on them earlier in the week. 17 still worked. I tossed 2 onto the ground and they hit with a low metallic clunk. Each one weighed about 5 kilos. Enough for the first loadout. I set them aside and walked to the edge of the sleeping chamber. My voice bounced against the low ceiling. "On your feet. Outside in 5. Bring your gear." There was movement immediately. They weren't slow anymore. Vex was the first one standing. Lida followed without needing to grab anything. Tam and Jirul moved fast. Kale didn't speak but had his boots on before the rest. Nerut rolled his shoulder and dragged his armor vest off the hook by the wall. I watched as they lined up at the ramp. They weren't blinking away sleep like they used to. No groaning. No delay. I opened the side hatch and pointed east. "Gulch Trail. Start there." They moved out together. I followed behind after securing the medpack and throwing the weight plates into the hauler crate. I rolled it along the ground while they jogged ahead. Ril was already outside the east ridge, watching with her arms folded. She raised an eyebrow as I passed her. "You're loading them?" "Yes. They just got injections 4 days ago." "Exactly why I'm loading them." She didn't say anything else. I reached the gulch 20 minutes later. They were already waiting, hands on their knees, catching their breath. I dropped the crate. "You're going to run 5 laps along the slope. Each lap is 1 click. You'll wear these." I pulled out the first gravity plate. You'll strap them across your chest and back. Vex walked over and picked one up. He looked at the control strip. There's a pressure readout. I grinned. Yep. If it lights red, it means you've shifted too hard in one direction. Learn to balance, or it'll throw off your momentum and slam your knees. Tam scratched behind his ear. You used these before. They were meant for droids. So don't fall. Kale took two without speaking and started strapping them on. I passed them out, one at a time. Lita adjusted hers faster than the rest. Nerut needed help aligning his chest brace. I showed him where the strap catch was and tightened it myself. I stepped back. 5 laps. Together. You fall behind, you go again. You fall, you stand. You can stop moving when your legs give out or when I tell you to stop. Gerald didn't wait for the signal. He started first. The others followed. The slope curved downward for 30 meters, then twisted along a rock shelf before inclining again. I picked that trail because of the footing. It was narrow and uneven. With the gravity plates, every wrong step would drag their weight off center. I didn't shout. I walked behind them slowly, monitoring their gaits. Lita was steady. Tam kept drifting to his left, overcompensating for the incline. Kale ran straight and rigid, conserving momentum. Vex stumbled on the second incline. Nerut stayed middle of the pack, breathing heavy but controlled. Gerol led. Always Gerol. At the end of the first lap, I handed each of them a single water tab. They had 10 seconds to chew and swallow. No extra breaks. Second lap. The dust started clinging to their boots. I could hear their breathing over the sound of shifting gravel. Nerut dropped pace. Lita reached over and pulled him forward by the elbow. I nodded. Didn't say anything. On the third lap, Vex fell. His left foot caught on a groove in the rock. He hit the slope chest first, rolled twice, and came to a stop on his back. He didn't cry out. Just lay there with his mouth open. I crouched beside him. You done? He gritted his teeth. No. Then get up. I offered a hand. He didn't take it. He rolled onto his knees and pushed off the ground. Good, I said. Run it again. He rejoined the back of the line and started the lap over. By the 5th lap, most of them were shaking. Gerol's pace slowed by 10%. Kale stopped for half a second at the ridge turn. Tam dropped his water tab. Lita didn't speak the whole time. I checked their balance plates. None had gone red. I let them finish. They collapsed at the end. Even Kale sat down. I walked among them, checking for signs of tendon strain or muscle lock. No visible injuries. Rill walked up from the ridge, arms crossed. They look like they hate you. I grinned. That means they're adapting. Want them to keep the plates? No. That was enough. She handed me a cooler case. Med gel and protein pouches. I nodded and passed them out. Vex sat with his back against the crate and tore his pouch open with his teeth. I couldn't feel my feet halfway through the 4th. That's normal, I said. They're still there. He grunted. Gerald didn't speak. He was too busy breathing. Nerut leaned back on his elbows. So how much did those things weigh? About 20 kilos, altogether. His eyes widened. We ran with that. No, I said. You ran with the light set. Lita looked up. There's a heavy set. I winked. We'll see. The next trial was in the main training bay. I had repurposed one of the cargo lifts and modified the floor panels using the remaining field emitter cores from the broken perimeter droids. When aligned properly, they could generate a localized gravity field for about 20 seconds at a time. Enough to simulate increased gravity pressure. I calibrated them to a low setting. 1.3 standard gravs. Just over baseline. Then I set up a path across the bay 12 meters, with 3 emitter zones spaced in between. When they returned from rest, I pointed at the path. You walk across. One at a time. Each of you has 3 chances. If you fall, you start over. Tam scratched his forehead. Fall how? You'll know. Gerald went first. He stepped onto the panel and the emitter activated. His knees bent slightly. Not much. He adjusted and moved forward. Second panel his step slowed, but he kept his balance. Third panel his boot skidded. He dropped to one knee, caught himself, and finished the path. Acceptable. Lita followed. Her first panel crossing was clean. Second step she overcorrected. Her right foot slid, but she pushed off and corrected mid-step. Third panel she paused for half a second, then moved through. I nodded. Efficient. Vex ran at it. The emitter kicked on and his leg collapsed under the weight. He rolled sideways and landed on the mat with a grunt. I crouched down next to him. Want to cry? He shook his head. Then try again. He did. Slower. Tam was stiff but deliberate. Kale moved like a machine. Nerut's breathing was loud but steady. They all made it through by the third attempt. After they finished, I lined them up and checked their vitals manually. No scanners this time. Just pulse checks, visual exams, and listening to their breathing. I looked at Tam. Your stride is off. You're pushing harder with your left. Sprained ankle. Then tape it and fix your walk. Yes, sir. I raised my eyebrow. Sir. He scratched the back of his head. Just felt right. I didn't argue. I called for cool-down drills and led them through static stretches and light resistance holds. The mood was quiet but not heavy. They weren't defeated. Just worn out. Rill entered the bay halfway through. 2 of the perimeter sensors went down, she said. Sabotage. Age. Send Gerald and Kale. Let them see what a real system failure looks like. She nodded. I turned to the others. You're off for the rest of the cycle. Eat and clean up. Vex raised a hand. Same meal as before. No. You get the special. He blinked. What's that? I threw him a ration box with red tape. Twice the flavor, half the regret. He opened it, sniffed, and gagged. Smells like bantha oil. That means it's working. They laughed, even Kale. I leaned back against the wall and closed my eyes for a moment. Progress. Chapter 6, Compound Loadout Phase 2. The injectors were already prepped when I unlocked the cabinet that morning. I'd calibrated each dose by hand. 0.9 milliliters of fortified skeletal stim compound, now paired with a pain suppressor cocktail stripped from salvaged Bomoron medkits. The base solution came out thick, slightly opaque. I held the first injector up to the light. The fluid inside shifted slow, dense enough to cling to the walls of the vial. I set it back in the case. There were 6 total, 1 for each of them. This round would hit harder. The suppressors would help prevent seizures and violent muscle spasms, but the metabolic demand would spike. They'd be burning clean calories twice as fast for the next 36 hours. I preloaded extra ration packs. The red-labeled ones. No luxury. Just double-density meal bricks. I checked the vitals chart on the terminal. Gerald and Lita were stable. Tam had a mild ankle strain but normal cardiovascular readings. Vex had recovered his body weight after last week's vomiting. Kale had a clean scan. Nerut's resting pulse was slightly elevated. Still good enough. I grabbed the case and walked to the west bay. The 6 of them were already standing when I entered. Mats rolled, boots laced, shirts tucked. They'd stopped waiting for wake-up calls. I dropped the injector case on the table and opened it. Ril followed me in a few seconds later. She carried 3 clean towels and a med scanner. I looked over at the group. "You're getting dosed again." None of them reacted. "This time it's a full load. You'll feel it." Nerut stretched his arm behind his head. "Same spot?" "No. Lower back. Muscle tissue layer." "Why not the same as last time?" I shrugged. "This way hurts more." Vex let out a short breath. Tam looked down at his boot laces and adjusted them even though they didn't need adjusting. Kale stepped forward without waiting. "Table." He sat on the edge. I cleaned the injection site myself, right side of the lower back. Took 10 seconds. I aligned the injector and pressed the trigger. The hiss was softer this time, not as high-pitched. The fluid went in clean. Kale's shoulders stiffened, and his hands locked on the edge of the table. He didn't speak. "How's it feel?" "Hot." "Where?" "Lower spine." "Anything else?" "No." He slid off the table under his own power. "Next." Lita was already standing behind him. She took her place without being told. I repeated the process. The moment the fluid entered, her face changed. Her jaw clenched, and her breathing hitched. She gripped the table hard with her right hand. "Cramping." She nodded, once. Then her eyes rolled. Her whole body jolted. "Seizure," Ril said from behind me. "Get her flat." I grabbed Lita under her arms and pulled her fully onto the table. Her limbs locked. Her torso arched once. She didn't scream. I pressed my palm against her sternum and waited. Ril ran the med scanner across her chest and neck. Her heart rate was elevated but stable. The neural activity was off pattern but not critical. "She'll come down," Ril said. I nodded. Suppressor didn't bind fast enough. Ril adjusted the position of Lita's legs. "She needs rest." I turned to the others. "She's not out. She's recovering." Same process continues. Gerald didn't say anything. He moved forward and sat without hesitation. "You sure?" I asked. "Yes." "All right." I loaded the next injector. He winced when it went in. He dropped his head forward and hissed through his teeth. Then he nodded. "Done." I waved him off the table. Nerut was next. His heart rate had already risen. I could feel the tension in his shoulders. He sat slower. "You can back out," I offered, teasing. He shot me a quick look. "You'd love that." Wouldn't stop talking about it. The injector hissed. His arms flexed involuntarily. He twisted once at the waist, then straightened. "Better than last time," he said. "You sure?" "Yeah." I scanned him. Pulse high. Acceptable range. Vex waited near the corner. I looked at him. "You already threw up once. Think you'll do it again?" "Maybe," he said. "But not here." I smiled. He sat. He tensed before the injector even touched him. When the dose went in, he shuddered. "Pain." "Stomach." "Same as before." "Worse." "Stay still." He breathed through his nose and nodded. "Off." He got up slower than the others, but didn't fall. Tam was last. He limped slightly when he stepped forward. I raised an eyebrow. still favoring the ankle. It's fine. Sure. He sat. I applied the injector, waited for his reaction. It came fast, a hard inhale, then a slow breath out. He leaned forward. Tight. Back and hips. Normal. You'll feel it for a while. He stood, rubbed his neck, and stepped aside. I checked each one again with the med scanner. Kale, stable. Gerald, mild spike, nothing dangerous. Nerut, holding firm. Vex, minor blood pressure drop, advised rest. Tam, favoring one leg but compensating well. Lita was still flat on the table. Her breathing had evened out. Ril wiped her forehead with a cloth. She'll wake soon, Ril said. She'll stay off drills for the rest of the day. Ril didn't answer. Just kept adjusting Lita's position. I looked at the others. You're not running today. But you will be walking. 1 hour laps. No weight plates. No field trials. Just motion. Gerald nodded. Kale already turned toward the door. Hydrate every 15 minutes. Don't skip. I handed each of them a green packet. The salt content was doubled. Nerut, read the label. This is disgusting. It builds character. Tam muttered something about me poisoning them. I grinned. Would I do that? Yes, Vex said immediately. Rude. They walked the loop path around the hangar 4 times. I followed from a distance, watching gait patterns. No major imbalances. Gerald was keeping even pace. Vex slowed once on the incline. Kale didn't break rhythm. Tam limped for the first 10 minutes, then adjusted. Nerut walked upright but slower than usual. After the walk, they ate silently. No one argued about the rations. I checked on Lita again. She was sitting up. Ril had moved her to the cooler corner of the bay. She had a water pouch in one hand and her eyes were half-lidded. You back? Yeah, she said. How bad was it? Felt like burning. Couldn't move. You're lucky. It didn't go worse. Did anyone else? No. Just you. She nodded. Next time. Different method. You'll still get the full dose. I'll handle it. She didn't argue. Night drills were cancelled. Instead, I had them sit in the dark and run breathing exercises. Controlled pulses. Measured intervals. I gave each of them a visual target, one single red diode light on the far wall. They watched it. They followed commands. Hold breath. Release. 1 count pause. Inhale. 5-second hold. Repeat. Vex fell asleep mid-sequence. Nerut tapped his foot the whole time. Gerald kept count with finger taps on his thigh. Kale didn't blink for a full minute. Tam whispered the numbers under his breath. Lita stayed quiet. After they slept, I uploaded their vitals to the internal terminal again. Their body temperatures had normalized. Muscle tension remained slightly elevated, which was expected. Cortisol levels dropped after the walk. No secondary seizures. No vomiting. I marked the phase a success. Ril stood beside me at the console. You'll push them again tomorrow. No weights. Reflex drills. They'll recover. They're recovering. She leaned against the wall, arms crossed. I didn't think they'd make it this far. They're not done. She looked at me for a second. You ever going to tell them what they're being made for? I looked at the screen. They'll know when it's time. Chapter 7, Reflex Calibration Protocol. I got up early. Didn't wait for the system timer to sound. I was already in the east wing by the time the main power relays stabilized. The air recycler in the targeting bay clicked on with a low whine. Lights flickered overhead. It smelled like metal and dust. I cleared the floor space and dragged the storage crates to the side. Then I pulled the tarp off the mock-up targets I'd salvaged from the old depot. Each one was just a silhouette cut from armor panel's basic humanoid shape, about 1.8 meters tall, weighted at the base. I'd rigged them with independent swivel motors and mounted low-grade stun nodes on their chests and heads. There were 12 in total. I connected the lead interface to the west wall terminal and tested the cycle. Targets spun. 2 locked into defensive delay mode. Another failed to initialize. I kicked it. Nothing. I took it off the sequence list. 11 targets would do. Next, I unpacked the reflex rifles. They weren't real rifles. Just stripped carbines with the barrels replaced by stabilized flash emitters and non-lethal impact bolts. Trigger sensitivity was set low. I adjusted the delay windows on each node. Some would light up as enemies, some as allies. The room would change every cycle. I checked the projector one more time. Everything worked. I grinned. The kids were already up when I came back to the main bay. Gerald and Kale were running laps. Lita was sharpening the point of her field knife on a power coil. Tam sat on a crate, flexing his ankle. Nerut and Vex were arguing over who had gotten more rest. I tossed a carbine into the dirt between them. Time to find out which of you can actually hit something. Vex picked it up first. We're doing live fire. Stun only, I said. But I won't stop you if you cry. Rill walked in behind me with 2 fresh water packs and a small kit of coolant injectors. Is this safe? No, I said. That's what makes it fun. She didn't laugh. I had them line up. One at a time. You'll enter the range, pass through 3 phases. Each one has rotating targets. You have 3 seconds to identify each one. Blue is non-hostile. Red is hostile. You fire only on red. If you shoot blue, you go back to the beginning. Kale stepped forward without hesitation. I motioned toward the hatch. Go. Trial 1, Kale. He moved in clean. Stand slow, not rushing. First target spun. Red. He fired. Stun pulse landed center mass. Second target was blue civilian outline. He didn't shoot. Third red. Fired again. He cleared the first segment in 10 seconds. In the second chamber, the sequence was faster. He hesitated once when 2 targets spun at the same time. Red and blue. He shot both. I flagged it. Third segment, he adjusted. Fired 3 clean shots. Missed 1. He exited without speaking. No sweat. No shaking. 2 faults, I said. Reset the sequence and go again. He nodded and stepped back to the line. Trial 2, Lita. She walked in slower. First target blue. No shot. Second red. Hit. Third red. Hit. Fourth blue. She hesitated, lowered the rifle. Second phase she sped up. Better response time than Kale. Tracked the third target smoothly. Corrected her aim during transition. Last target popped on her right. She swung too wide and clipped the side of the emitter. Miss. Final phase she adjusted stance. Hit all 4. She walked out, handed me the rifle. Clean enough. 2 errors. 1 hesitation, 1 miss. I'll fix it. Next. Trial 3, Gerald. He stepped in. Shoulders tight. Focused. First target red. Immediate shot. Second blue. He shifted right. Third red. Fired. Good angle. Fourth red. Fired. Missed high. Second phase, he tried to run the sequence faster than the targets would allow. Got ahead of the rotation and fired too early. Tagged a blue. I hit the alarm buzzer. Reset. He walked out, adjusted his grip, didn't speak. I grinned. Too excited. He nodded. Went in too fast. Reset. You go again after Tam. Trial 4, Tam. He limped slightly into position. First sequence was slow. Took a full second to identify the first target. Still hit it. Next two were better. No hits on blue. Good control. Second phase, he hesitated again, lost momentum. Hit 3. Missed 1. Third phase rushed. Missed 2. Breathing was fast. He came out rubbing his ankle. You need a wrap. No. You'll slow down if that thing locks. It's fine. Suit yourself. Hydrate. Trial 5, Nerut. He was grinning when he walked in. First phase perfect. Second phase perfect. Third phase he missed 2. One hesitation, one wild shot. I flagged it. He walked out smiling. That was good. No, I said. That was fast. Not clean. He shrugged. Cleaner than Tam. Tam glared. Nerut grinned wider. Trial 6, Vex. He walked in slower. First sequence no hesitation, but poor aim. He hit the red target too low. Second missed one blue entirely. Shot it by mistake. Third better. Hit all 3. I called him out. You missed the friendly. He rubbed the back of his neck. It looked red. It was grey. He frowned. Go again later. For now, sit. They each ran the course 3 times. By mid-cycle, Kale and Lita were hitting clean over 90%. Gerald was improving. Nerut stayed inconsistent high speed, low accuracy. Tam slowed down with the ankle strain. Vex adjusted his grip and hit 2 perfect runs by the end. I had them sit and watch each other's final runs. Rill brought in hydration packs. No one spoke during drills. I uploaded their scores to the main terminal. Lita, 94% hit rate, 2 false identifications. Kale, 96% hit rate, 1 false. Gerald, 89% hit rate, 3 false. Tam, 83% hit rate, 2 false, low timing. Nerut, 85% hit rate, 5 false, fastest overall time. Vex, 87% hit rate, 3 false, major improvement over first set. I leaned back in the chair. Not bad. Rill stood next to me with a tablet. They're not soldiers yet. No. But they can shoot. Vex nearly took out a civvy marker. He's nervous. He'll learn. She tapped the scores. Nerut keeps ignoring the rules. He doesn't like being told how to win. You going to let him keep doing that? I'll let him lose. They ate together afterward. No arguments. Just chewing and quiet focus. Vex wiped his forehead 3 times. Lita sat against the wall with her eyes closed. Kale stayed close to the gear rack. Tam stretched his leg every few minutes. Nerut tapped his fingers against his canteen. I walked in and clapped my hands once. Same course. Night run. No lights. They looked up. Nerut groaned. You're kidding. Nope. Kale asked, stun rifles. Same as before. Tam pointed to the targeting system. We won't see the identifiers. That's the point. Jirol nodded slowly. Pattern memory. Exactly. The night course had no ambient lights. The only visibility came from the muzzle flash and the target identifiers. I let them run in pairs. It slowed down total runtime but gave them a little more structure. Kale and Lita were first. Perfect. 0 errors. They adjusted to the timing, used each other's movement to stabilize. Jirol and Tam came next. Jirol slowed his rhythm to match Tam's pace. They hit most targets but missed 2. One was Tam's hesitation. The other was a misidentification. Nerut and Vex were last. Nerut rushed. Again. He fired early and clipped a blue. Vex almost didn't shoot at all. But he didn't miss. Afterward, I reviewed the footage and called them back to the line. Tomorrow we swap partners. They nodded. Rill handed out the next meal packs. I tossed Neruts at him. Next time, don't shoot unless you're sure. He caught it. I was sure. You were wrong. He didn't respond. Chapter 8, Infiltration Drill Night Objective. The perimeter shed was 80 meters from the south end of town, tucked behind a broken foundation slab and partially buried by erosion. The original mining team had used it to store chemical sealants and heavy fusers. When the shaft collapsed 5 years ago, the shed lost power. The fusion locks still worked, though. Manual override only. No open signal. That made it perfect for what I needed. I spent the early part of the day rigging it. I replaced the front latch with a dummy keypad, mounted a sensor strip along the inside of the frame, and installed a repurposed deactivation tag on the roof panel. If the tag was touched before the sensor was triggered, the lock would release. If they missed the tag and opened the hatch first, the alarm would sound and the defenders would win. Simple. I walked the interior and scattered 3 dummy crates inside. Each was labeled as sensitive cargo. Stun packs, ration-grade med blocks, field implants. The labels didn't matter. The crates were empty. They were only objectives. I placed a small motion-triggered flare mine behind one of them. It wouldn't explode. It would just light the interior red and signal detection. That was enough. The other 2 crates were clean. One held the team's win condition. I marked the drill start time for 2100. They'd be tired. That was also the point. Jirol, Kale, and Lita stood next to the east-facing wall near the shed's approach trail. They were dressed in blackout cloaks and light gear, no plates, no hard joints. No one carried live weapons. I'd issued each of them 1 stun baton and a signal flare. The flare would only be used if the mission failed and they had to call it. The defenders were stationed inside the supply zone and the 2 adjacent buildings. Nerut had taken the central zone near the comms relay. Tam and Vex were splitting the outer ring, moving along pre-marked patrol lines. I gave them a fixed route and 15 meters of leeway. Enough to patrol without camping the entrance. I called all 6 to the supply yard at 20:30. You're not playing tag, I said. This is a controlled sim. No injuries. No games. If you fail, you reset. If someone gets caught or triggers the wrong sensor, you lose. If you hesitate and can't move, you lose. Nerut shifted his shoulders. Timer. 30 minutes. You'll have 1 window. No second attempt. Kale nodded. Lita pulled her hood lower. Jirol adjusted the strap on his belt. Questions? No one spoke. I smiled. Good. Begin. The first 5 minutes were slow. Lita moved first. She broke away from the approach trail and circled the back of the slope, sliding down through loose sand and shifting onto the low ridge above the mine. Kale followed next, but he stayed lower. Crawled halfway around the ruined vehicle lot and waited behind the bent axle of an old hauler. Jarol was last. He didn't move right away. Watched the others. Waited for her patrol spacing. Then followed Lida's trail until she disappeared behind the slab edge. I watched from above on the COMM tower. Ril sat next to me with a set of scope binocles. 3-man infiltration, she asked. 2 enter. 1 supports. She tracked Lida's path. They don't know where the sensor is. Nope. They find the tag, they win. And the defenders? They've got clearance to tag and flag. If they get a clean stun hit, it counts. Vex walked past the edge of the yard on his patrol cycle. Slow, not careless. His eyes tracked the slope, but not the shadows. Tam was deeper in the west lane, keeping low. He moved with a slight limp. Still not healed fully. Nerut wasn't on the move. He sat on the edge of the COMM panel station. That was fine. He had the central position. The others were bait. His job was reaction control. At 2107, Kale broke cover. I saw him crouch behind a crate near the entry slope, then wave once. Lida moved silently from behind the broken hauler and joined him. They were both within 30 meters of the shed. Jarol hadn't moved from the far wall. I counted 3 seconds of visual pause before he broke left and sprinted low across the rock line. He reached the north boundary and climbed onto the low rooftop of the scrap hold. That gave him high ground over Vex and Tam's patrol lanes. He didn't engage. He just watched. Kale moved first. 5 steps. Pause. Lida followed behind, staying offset on his right. They hit the dirt and froze when Tam passed nearby. His patrol took him 5 meters from their position. He didn't see them. I leaned into the scope. They waited a full minute before Kale tapped the rear of the slab and pointed upward. He'd seen the tag. I clicked the timer. 17 minutes remaining. Kale knelt, cupped his hands, and lifted Lida upward. She grabbed the edge of the slab and pulled herself up slowly, clearing the gravel without sound. She crawled to the tag. No movement. She touched it. The signal light on the shed door changed from red to yellow. I nodded. They're going to make it, I said. Ril adjusted her view. That was clean. Too clean. Jarol moved again. He sprinted from the roof of the hold and dropped into the shadow line between Vex and Tam. His movement drew both patrols. Vex called out and flared. I checked the clock. Lida was already moving into the shed. Kale followed. Jarol pulled both defenders away from the entrance and led them in a loop around the eastern barricade. He didn't stop. Didn't fight. Just moved. Gave the others cover. Nerut stood from his position and started to move, but he moved too late. Kale and Lida were inside the shed. 30 seconds passed. No lights. No alarms. Then the signal blinked green. Shed unlocked. Sim over. I turned off the perimeter sensors and buzzed the yard siren. All teams, drill complete. They regrouped in the bay 15 minutes later. Kale and Lida were breathing fast but steady. Jarol had sweat running down his jawline. He didn't look tired. Nerut kicked the edge of the crate and sat hard. I didn't see them. No, I said. You didn't. They split. They did, I said. I watched the approach. I didn't think they'd flank the rear. That's why they won. Vex pulled off his gear. I thought I saw movement, but... You saw Jarol, I said. He pulled both of you away. That was deliberate. Tam sat on the floor and stretched his legs out. Did they grab the right crate? They found the tag, entered without detection, and extracted the marked box. Full score. Kale didn't react. Lita sat on a crate and drank water. Jirol leaned against the wall and closed his eyes for a second. Who planned the entry? I asked. Kale and Lita pointed at Jirol. He shrugged. We watched Nerut yesterday. He stays still. So I guessed he'd post again. Vex's path wasn't clean. Tam slower. You built the plan around movement patterns. Timing, he said. Lita was the fastest. Kale could lift. I could run distraction. I nodded. Worked. Nerut scowled. We were watching the shed. You watched the front, I said. The approach wasn't from the front. He didn't argue. Ril walked in from the terminal room. That's enough for tonight, she said. Get your packs. Eat. You've got cleanup rotation in the morning. They moved without complaint. Lita passed Vex her water pouch. He drank half of it without asking. Kale limped slightly as he crossed the bay. I made a note to check his foot. Jirol didn't move from the wall. I walked over and tapped his shoulder. You pulled the win. He didn't smile. It worked. You'll plan the next one. He looked at me. When? Tomorrow. Chapter 9, First Real Operation. The COMM line went live at 0327. Ril's voice came through the handheld set clipped to my belt. She didn't waste time. Scoff Group spotted 30 clicks west. Wreckage confirmed Republic skiff, half buried in canyon wall. Scavs are salvaging components now. They've set 2 patrols, 1 static, 1 mobile. No confirmed affiliation. I set the toolkit down and tapped the receiver. Weapon count. 6 visible. Light blasters, short-range pattern. They've got a camp dug in around the skiff frame. Minimal gear, light armor. Any tags? No markings. Just local colors. Could be outer rim nomads or freelance scrappers. How long do we have? 3 hours, maybe 4 before they pull out. I stood and looked toward the training bay. Send them in, I said. Jirol's team. Jirol, Kale, Lita, and Tam assembled at the loadout bench within 10 minutes. No delay. No complaints. Lita was still tying her belt when I briefed them. There's a crashed skiff in the outer canyon. Republic make. Crate markings suggest medtech and microprocessors low-tier equipment, but it matters. Scavs are stripping it now. Your job is to retrieve 3 tagged crates and return without being seen. Kale adjusted his wrist guard. What about engagement? You are not to engage unless detected. If you're seen, you retreat. No fire. No stuns. No grenades. If you get caught, I'm not coming to get you. Jirol nodded once. Tam leaned on his left leg. They've got blasters. Probably. You'll be faster. Lita was already opening the gear case. She handed out satchel packs, not full kits. Each had a glow marker, thermal scope, and an empty crate tagger. Nothing else. No armor. Just vests and neutral tint clothes. The canyon soil would do the rest. I ran the terrain sim one last time on the hollow table. The route was direct move west to the basin, descend into the canyon, spot the skiff, tag the crates, extract. Jirol leads. Lita scouts. Kale handles lift. Tam runs rear, I said. Jirol didn't ask questions. He looked over the map, memorized the drop points, then folded it into his sleeve pouch. They left on foot at 0412. No lights. No radio chatter. Ril stood beside me as they disappeared into the ridge line. You think they'll do it clean? They've been training 2 months for this, I said. Time to find out if it meant anything. I followed them at a distance. Didn't announce it. Didn't say a word to anyone. I packed light single-scope rifle, field medkit, silent comlink. No tag, no beacon. I didn't trail close enough to interfere. Just close enough to see if they broke pattern. The canyon stretched 3 kilometers before the drop point. The terrain stayed level until the final ridge line, then fell into a slope of shale and torn metal. The crash site was buried beneath one half of the wall. Smoke still rose from one end. Not new, but recent. The scavs had dug in well. 4 tents, 2 speeders, 1 mounted turret. The turret wasn't powered, probably just for show. They had 1 droid on patrol, a recon model with single-band radar. Weak range, maybe 30 meters. Jirol's team moved low. Lita went ahead, not in a sprint, just a steady crawl along the slope. She reached the halfway point and paused. Her right hand flashed a signal. 1 scoff standing. I watched through the scope. She waited for movement, then slipped past. Jirol and Kale moved next, dragging low across the slope. Tam stayed back until they were clear. The whole operation took 7 minutes to cross 80 meters. No sound. At 0450, Kale located the first crate wedged between 2 chunks of armor plate. He marked it. Lita tagged the second crate 3 minutes later, buried under a segment of engine housing. Jirol found the third in the rear under the skiff's shadow. Tam didn't move until the signal was given. He stepped forward, reached the crate, lifted it quietly, and pulled back with 1 slow step at a time. One of the scavs turned. He didn't move fast, just looked around. No alarm. They froze in place. Then he turned away. Tam kept walking. 10 minutes later, they were out of the canyon. I met them on the ridge before they reached the town. Jirol didn't look surprised. You followed us? I was curious, I said. Kale handed me the crate marker. All 3 tagged. No detection. No casualties. No contact, Lita said. Tam coughed once. My hands still smell like engine fluid. Means you touched the right crate. They didn't look excited. No celebration. No noise. Just quiet and steady breathing. I looked at Jirol. You held discipline. He nodded once. Back to base. Walk it. They walked. The crates were picked up by Ril's hauler 20 minutes later. She scanned the tags, confirmed the markers, and sent them into storage. 2 contained meds, tims and scrap-level Durasteel rods. The third held 5 microfilament processors and a partial backup unit for a standard Republic console. Not worth much. But enough. I called Jirol's team back into the bay after second meal. Kale sat with his arms crossed. Tam kept flexing his hands. Lita had dirt under her nails. Jirol stood near the wall, waiting. You operated as a team. You kept the route tight. No alarms. No bodies. Kale asked, so what's next? I handed him a cloth and pointed to his boots. Clean yourself. Then pack for a double night route. Lita tilted her head. Another one. This time it's further, I said. 35 clicks north. Abandoned separatist listening post. Still half buried. The Sith don't know it's here. It's ours now. Same team. Yes. But I'll add Nerut and Vex to cover the rear approach. Tam raised an eyebrow. 6 man. 2 sections. 4 in. 2 outside. They'll relay if we get interference. You'll be there? Jirol asked. I shrugged. Maybe. Kale stood. When? Midnight. He nodded. Chapter 10, Listening Post Breach. We stepped off at 2321. No lights. No signal chatter. I set the lead unit Jirul, Kale, Lita, and Tam on a 3-man wedge with Tam trailing at 5 meters. Nerut and Vex ran offset, on a high point above the southern edge of the route, staying out of sight. They carried only macro binoculars, comms tags, and single pulse flares. Distance to target, 35 kilometers across semi-open terrain. Estimated travel time on foot, with no rest, just under 6 hours. That gave us a window. I walked at the rear, 100 meters behind. No one asked why I was there. The abandoned separatist listening post was buried in the wall of a canyon that had half collapsed during the last cycle of surface quakes. The relay dish was snapped in two, and most of the external electronics were dead. Still, the power core inside read active when we scanned it last month. If it still worked, I could turn it into a relay node. That would let me build encrypted signal space out here independent from the Republic and invisible to Sith tracking grids. More than that, the internal power lines could be used to connect new systems. Training space. Long-range recon. Access to pre-war intelligence data. But first, I needed the inside. And I needed them to get in without being caught. The terrain was rougher than the map suggested. The high ridge line broke into staggered steps every kilometer, and the shale underfoot kept sliding out from under them. Kale moved slower than usual, adjusting to the uneven weight of his pack. Jirul shifted formation to compensate. Lita kept the point, eyes always forward. Tam didn't fall behind, but I could hear him favoring one knee again. He hadn't taped it right. At 0340, Nerut's whisper came through the receiver. 2 heat signatures. North slope. Stationary. Humanoid shape. Could be scouts or early SCOF recon. I raised the receiver. Any movement? No. No patrol markers. Not in armor. I watched the ridge ahead. Lita signaled. She'd seen the same thing. They adjusted their route, dropping left down into the wash basin and pulling up behind a fallen speeder chassis. From there, they moved in a shallow arc around the signals, keeping a 20-meter buffer. No engagement. They passed without being seen. Vex's voice came through after. Second contact. Droid ping. Left of the relay dish. That was the one I'd expected. I signaled again. Confirm signal type. Low strength. Comms relay. Still active. That made the job harder. We reached the approach slope at 0446. The sun would crest the ridge in less than an hour. That meant no more shadow cover. The entrance hatch to the station was buried under debris and sloped inward at an angle. Only one way in. I pulled them into cover behind the remaining perimeter poles and knelt to brief them. Lita goes first. She'll locate the internal map console. Kale follows, he handles the lift. Jirul disables the droid. Tam watches the hatch. Lita checked her pack. It's narrow. Single person only, first 30 meters. Then it opens. If the droid hears you, don't stop moving. Kale didn't speak. He just adjusted his grip on the entrance spike. Jirul pulled his stun knife from its sheath and clipped it to his vest. Tam took a knee and unwrapped his thermal lens. I looked at each of them once. Then I stepped back. Begin. Lita entered the shaft in a low crouch, crawling forward on elbows. She didn't speak. Her boots disappeared into the dark. 30 seconds later, her voice crackled in my ear. First corridor clear. Power lines still lit. No doors shut. Kale went next. His frame didn't fit easily, but he moved slow and didn't make sound. Jirol followed third. Tam set up a cover angle on the ridge, laid flat with his scope out. I waited. Lita again, station control ahead. I see the terminal. Kale, power coils intact. Still cycling. Looks like a low-level loop. Not wired to defense. Jirol, droid is above us. Hanging on track line. Looks like an ST-4 relay unit. Scanning mode. I responded, how close? 15 meters. Not active. Just idle sweep. I can get under it. Stun coil. He tapped his belt. Ready. Do it. They moved fast. Jirol reached the base of the wall and climbed onto the stack of broken cable racks. From there, he pulled himself along the upper duct line and crossed the gap. The droid didn't move. He dropped on it. 2 hits. It sparked, twitched, then went dark. Kale moved to the central core. He unlocked the manual override, found the uplink channel, and connected the signal spool from his pack. Lita tapped the terminal and loaded the blank data chip I gave her earlier. It clicked green. Extraction confirmed. I spoke over comms. Tag and withdraw. Jirol dropped back. Kale packed the spool. Lita wiped the terminal and reset the panel. Tam's voice hit next. Movement at the slope. 1 scout. Not armored. I looked up. He was right. A figure was making their way up the edge of the far side, near the ridge. Could have been a scout. Could have been another scoff. No markings. I lifted the scope. No comms gear. He didn't look trained. Tam held fire. Kale and Jirol emerged first. They didn't stop. Didn't look. Lita followed next. I signaled Tam. Go. He stood and fell into formation behind them. We pulled out by 0522. By the time we reached the base camp, the sun was high. The power spool had survived transit. The data chip had full map records of the internal comms system. The droid core was disabled but intact. I'd strip it for parts later. Kale handed over the gear and dropped onto the bench in the repair bay. Lita didn't sit. Jirol leaned on the wall, drinking slowly from a hydration pack. Tam limped but didn't complain. Nerut and Vex returned 15 minutes later. Nothing after the scout, Vex reported. He left the ridge. I nodded. Mission success. No detection. Rill reviewed the footage and data tags. You planning another? I looked at the spool. Yes. Chapter 11, First Contact Trail. Rill reported movement again before sunrise. She didn't knock. She stepped into the West Bay with the data pad in one hand and a field ration half-eaten in the other. Her boots were coated in sand up to the ankle. The back of her vest had dust lines where her rifle sling rubbed raw against the fabric. East-facing ridge. Same sector as the scout you spotted yesterday. Passive motion sensor picked up a return trail. I had it tied to a flare trap, but it wasn't triggered. I turned from the workbench and dropped the coupling clamp onto the tray. Walking in, walking out, but not dumb enough to trip a flare. He saw it. Maybe. Gear. Hard to say. Shadow profile. No plate signature, no cloak sweep. He's not local. Still alone. Still alone. I stood and cracked my neck. The air was thin this morning. The extractor pumps hadn't cycled fully since the power grid rerouted last night. You have coordinates. She handed me the data pad. The map pinged in red. He was 38 clicks out. Moving southwest. Still within range. Good, I said. I'll send Jirol. Rill finished chewing. Who's his team? Tam and Nerut. She didn't speak right away. I waited. Finally, she said, Tam's leg is still unstable. He can walk. He won't be running. Gerald won't like dragging him. Gerald doesn't like a lot of things. She folded her arms. You're going to send 3 kids after a possible Sith-tagged scout. I'm not sending them to fight, I said. I'm sending them to look. Then what? If they're smart, I said, they'll come back. I briefed the team by 0600. Gerald didn't ask for details. He stood at the table, read the route, memorized the elevation data, and started adjusting his belt before I finished talking. Tam stood with one hand on the crate rack. His left leg was braced and taped. He had more tension in the hip than I wanted, but his eyes stayed on me the whole time. No excuses. Nerut smirked as I walked through the plan. Recon only, he asked. No toys. You carry, but you don't engage, I said. Not even a warning shot. No. Gerald packed a scope stun carbine with a power cell adjusted to low charge cycling. It wouldn't punch through armor, but it would take someone down at 10 meters. He didn't bother asking about silencers. If they got close enough to fire, they'd already failed the assignment. Tam took a compact macro binocular and a relay tagger. Nerut took an old thermal mesh and a short-range comms scrambler. You track him, I said. You find out if he's with anyone. You map his route. If he looks at you, you leave. If he turns back, you leave. If you lose him, you leave. Gerald nodded. Understood. Nerut tapped his boot against the dirt. You going to follow again? No, I said. Why not? I've got better things to do. Tam looked up. Like what? I grinned. Lunch. They left by 0637. I didn't watch them go. The signal came in just after midday. Rill and I were inside the console hut calibrating the power core from the relay node. I had Kale pulling stripped leads from the damaged output converters and running diagnostics through a secondary loop. The system was nearly functional. I could transmit without alerting outer net signals now. Then the alert tone buzzed from the West COMM panel. Rill crossed the room and pulled the receiver down. Talk, she said. Visual contact, Gerald's voice came through. She put him on speaker. Still tailing. Yes. Target slowed at the edge of the basin near Sector 9C. We're posted 30 meters north, above his current position. No movement since. Still alone. Nerut's voice came next. Yeah. Looks like it. No linked gear. But he's got a beacon tag. I walked to the panel. Beacon frequency. Can't tell, Nerut said. Doesn't match Republic, but I'm not familiar with it. Can you get a close look? Gerald answered. I can. He dropped it at the base of the ridge. It's small. Wedge-shaped. Any active pulse? No. Looks like it's been placed intentionally. Facing west. Might be directional. Still no comms. None we can hear. I nodded to myself. Tam. Here, he said. I marked his foot pattern. Movement is precise. Even steps. No limp. No variation in stride. He's either trained or programmed. I raised an eyebrow. You're calling him a droid? No, Tam said. But he doesn't move like a miner or a scoff. Keep watching. They held position for nearly 40 minutes. At 1309, the scout moved. He didn't rush. He turned west and walked out of the basin, straight into the dry ridge pass that led toward the old separatist data silo about 6 clicks from the relay station we hit 2 days ago. Jirol followed at range, keeping low. Tam shadowed right, monitoring terrain. Nerut looped wide left and stayed higher, maintaining sight lines. I tracked their position on the console. Ril watched the signals. Kale entered twice to ask about relay readings, then left without interrupting again. At 1344, the alert came. Tripwire. Tam's voice. I hit something. I keyed the panel. Where? Ridge turn. I moved around a rock line and it clicked. Did it trigger? No sound. But the scout stopped moving. Nerut's voice came on. Confirmed. He just turned. He's looking up the ridge. Tam. I'm not moving. Get cover now. Done. I waited 5 seconds. Nerut again. He just placed another tag. Jirol, same shape. Yes. Same. I leaned forward and pressed the COMM key again. Is it marked? Yes. What's the code? Nerut didn't speak for 2 seconds. Then he said, it's Sith. The room stayed quiet for almost a full minute. Ril stepped back and pulled her rifle case from the wall. Kale returned again, holding a loose wire. What's going on? Ril handed him the wire back. Get Lita. She's going with you to the watch point. Kale frowned. Is it bad? We're not waiting to find out. Back on the COMM. I spoke direct. Pull back now. Take a wide loop. Don't turn back for anything. Jirol's voice was even. We're going. They returned at 1640. No one was injured. Tam's leg was dusty and scraped but not bleeding. Nerut was grinning like someone who wanted to talk and couldn't. Jirol didn't smile. I took them straight to the side room and debriefed. What did the tag look like? Jirol opened his satchel and pulled a sketch panel from inside. He'd copied the shape. Sharp triangle. 3 lines edged along the base. 1 circle at the top center. Tracker. Maybe. Passive signal only. We didn't hear a ping. I looked at Nerut. Behavior. Calculated. Controlled. He wasn't nervous. He didn't check his back. He wasn't watching for us. Which means he knew he was being watched. Then why didn't he act? Because he didn't care. I looked at Tam. The tripwire. Sharp tension. Fused into the rock, not surface level. Meant to signal. Not injure. Then we were meant to find it. He nodded. Ril stepped into the room with Lita behind her. Kale followed. You're getting visitors, she said. From where? We don't know, she said. But that scout left a trail. And he made sure we saw it. Chapter 12, The Relay Trail. They left the base 2 hours after sunset. Nerut carried the beacon reader and a field scanner strapped to his back. Vex had the microjammer clipped to his belt and a short-range proximity alarm fixed into his vest. Kale wore the Old Republic signal mapping unit heavy, but the only working unit that could interpret directional trace from a Sith-make beacon. They moved light, no armor, no long rifles, just 2 sidearms, a single field knife each, and a shortwave pulse grenade in Kale's satchel dead battery, just for show. This wasn't a combat mission. It was distance tracking. We needed to know where the Sith signal was pointing. We needed to know if it was still active. I watched from the tower platform while they crossed the basin. The wind was low. No interference. Dust was holding. Perfect weather for a clean trail. They reached the marker before the first hour passed. Kale's voice came through on the secure channel. We're at the last recorded beacon drop. No movement nearby. Visual on the tag. I asked. Still here. Same placement. Untouched. Vex is scanning. Rill stood next to me on the roof. She had the macro binocs, tracking elevation shifts as the boys started unpacking gear below. No one passed near it since, she asked. Not on surface level, I said. Could have been an aerial drone, but no marks on the basin edge. Whoever's using these is careful. Rill adjusted the binocs. They knew we'd come back to check it. Probably. I don't like it. I didn't ask you to like it, I said. I asked you to prep the fallback point if they don't report back in 2 hours. She didn't answer. Below, Kale placed the signal mapper down flat on the ground. It hissed once as the plates extended, and then began cycling up. Sinking, Kale said. Range? I asked. 50 clicks, maybe less. Directional scatter's low. Looks like a direct beam tag. Which way's it pointing? West by southwest, he said. Lines straight. Too clean for random placement. Estimate. Top of the far plateau. 40 clicks. Maybe a recon site. Vex spoke next. I've got bleed on passive bands. There's a secondary signal embedded in the tag. I blinked. Secondary. Yet. Looks like it was locked to a repeater loop. Small range, local bounce only. Droid grade. Maybe. Or a short-range probe net. Kale leaned in on the COMM. Want us to follow the alignment? Yes. Copy. They moved fast once they left the beacon site. I watched the elevation pings on the console back at base. The ridge network beyond the second basin was uneven, rising sharply over a 3-kilometer stretch before leveling off into a broad shelf. From that height, a transmission tag could maintain clear line of sight out to 80 clicks, enough to hit another base or a roaming cruiser. They crossed the lower ridge at 0034. No delays. Nerut stayed ahead, checking for tripwire placement or sensor traps. Vex ran tech feed from his scanner, checking for any signatures on the local pulse net. Kale carried the mapping unit, which updated alignment markers every 3 minutes. I waited. At 0111, Kale stopped transmitting. His signal dropped from the console. I checked the input. No jamming. No spike. Just, gone. Rill looked at me. Power failure. No. Dead. No, I said. He's not dead. How do you know? Because Nerut's still moving. I tapped the board. Nerut's feed was still active, sweeping wide in a half circle around the last marker pinged by Kale. Vex's signal held steady. Kale was just gone. No message. No alert. I keyed into the channel. Kale. Report. No answer. I tried again. Kale. Speak. Nothing. I switched to Nerut's channel. Status. Lost Kale, Nerut said. He went ahead to scout a cave gap in the slope. 15 meters forward. Signal dropped. No sound. Check the entrance. I'm already there, Nerut said. He's not visible from the lip. I'm not dropping in alone. Mark the entrance. Hold position. I'll send Lita. I sent Lita out with a speed pack. She didn't ask why. She loaded a short rifle, standard coil charge, and ran diagnostics on the scanning node from the old data tower before strapping it to her back. Her boots were already clean. Her vest already sealed. You want extraction or recon? She asked. Both. She nodded and left. I stood in the console room with Ril and watched her signal move through the basin. Kale came back on comms 28 minutes later. Status green. I'm clear. Ril slammed the console key. Where were you? He coughed once. Collapsed chamber. Signal lost under the overhang. I got separated from the mapper unit. You lost the unit. Negative. Still have it. Battery fried. Short-cycled from contact pulse. Something in the wall wasn't inert. Nerut's voice jumped on. I'm with him. It's not natural. Looked like stone from above. Inside's metal. I'm looking at carved lines. Not Old Republic. Kale added, I've seen tech like this once in a briefing. Sith cache. Vex, confirmed. I found a buried relay spike 15 meters west of their position. Still active. Very faint signal. Couldn't crack it. Kale again, this isn't a scout trail. It's a comms dead drop. I pressed the channel. Do not touch anything else. Hold and mark. I left the base with Ril 10 minutes later. Lita reached their position first. She confirmed terrain was unstable, entry tunnel was narrow, and the embedded structure inside was larger than expected. We regrouped at 0423 at the entrance. I dropped down into the chamber with Ril holding the upper line and Lita watching the ridge. Kale stood near the far wall, holding the mapper. It was blackened on the edge, visibly fried. It caught a field pulse, he said. Still running trace. Nothing else spiked. I looked at the wall. There were carvings. Not elaborate. Not stylized. Just 3 sets of marks. One deep, near the base. One in the center. And one high out of reach. Sith language. Old. Not modern imperial. Nerut stood back with his arms crossed. We found a relay system, he said. That thing outside, it's bouncing this location across the sector. To what? No idea. Shut it down. Vex raised his hand. Already tried. It's not local power. Can't break the feed without destroying the whole plate. I looked at the upper ridge. You saw any aerial coverage? Negative. Then we bury it. Kale stepped forward. You want to collapse the cave? No. We collapse the slope over it. Keep the entrance intact, but block the signal beam. We don't break it. We hide it. Ril keyed her mic. I've got a deadpack in the speeder kit. Use it. We rigged the slope in 15 minutes. Tam joined us at the marker. His leg wasn't clean, but he could still place charges. Ril calculated the drop angle and adjusted the stabilizers. When we triggered, the upper shale rolled down in a clean wave, burying the entrance in seconds. No collapse. Just burial. The signal light on the field console dropped to black. I checked the relay spike. Dead. We moved back to base in silence. I kept pace at the rear, same as always. Kale didn't speak. Nerut looked back once. Vex hummed something under his breath, but it stopped when Lita caught up. Ril never took her eyes off the horizon. Chapter 13, Surface Camp Intercept. Ril handed me the satellite overlay at 0520. She'd been tracking the signal pings since Kale and Nerut pulled the embedded string from the Sith cache's data tag. I hadn't said anything at the time, not during the map decryption, not when Kale located the surface triangulation, and not when Nerut confirmed the log was pointing west. But I knew what it was. The signal was pointing toward a surface camp. 79 kilometers from our base. Just outside the crest of the old mining boundary, on a plateau surrounded by broken skiff wrecks and dried windrail marks. The camp had been there for at least 2 weeks. "This is confirmed," Rill said, tapping the image. 4 shelters. 2 COMM towers. Single long-range dish. And we've got motion around the south edge. 2 humanoid silhouettes. No SCOF ID. No Republic transponders. They armed. Couldn't tell from this height. But there's structure. Patrol routes. Internal lighting cycle. I took the datapad and stared at the main image. The camp was built on flat stone, probably reinforced from below. Natural elevation gave it direct line of sight over most of the surrounding range. And the cache we found had a communication relay beam pointing directly at it. Rill crossed her arms. "If we hit it," she said, "we go blind halfway across the approach slope. No cover." "Not if we come from the east," I said. "They built too close to the ravine drop." She didn't look convinced. "They're Sith," she said. "Not scavengers. Real ones." "I know. You're still sending them?" "Yet." I called the team together by 0630. Gerald stood on my right. Lyta next to him. Kale leaned against the bulkhead with a datapad in one hand. Tam was still adjusting his gear, but his expression stayed level. No one asked questions when I dropped the map display on the crate in front of them. "We've confirmed a camp. Sith tech, possibly Sith personnel. Not scouts. Not droids. Real soldiers." Kale looked up. "How many?" "Unknown. At least 4. Maybe more inside. We don't know if it's a forward camp or just a relay node." Gerald didn't blink. "What's the objective?" "Silent approach. Direct entry. Extract data from the main dish console. Plant a marker on their central comms tower. If we can, tag equipment or signals. If not, we destroy the relay." Tam scratched his chin. "Blow the tower." "No. We disable the data line." "Disable how?" I pulled a small device from my pocket and set it on the crate. "Signal flutter. Bomb-Moron tech. One-time use. We attach it to the base port of the relay mast and trigger it once the system activates. It'll overload the pulse buffer and lock the dish's direction. They'll think it's internal damage. No reason to search outside." Gerald nodded once. "Timing. You leave before sunset. You go light. Travel by night. Approach from the east ridge. If you're seen, you don't engage. If you're surrounded, you run. If one of you is caught, the rest leave." Lyta adjusted her belt and tightened her outer vest strap. "What about extraction?" "Lyta and Kale handle comms once the tower is disabled. I'll be 30 clicks behind. If you complete the mission, you signal. If not, you pull back and we don't return." Tam looked up. "What if they have armor?" "They won't expect a hit from civilians," I said. "And you're not going in as civilians." The prep took less than an hour. Kale overhauled the power core on the flutter, rebalancing the capacitors to stretch the time window by 15 seconds. That would give them enough time to trigger it and drop the remote line. Lyta tested 3 different signal jammers against the base dish frequency before settling on the Type 9 modulator. Short range. Limited output. But it wouldn't trip an alarm if used in passive loop mode. Tam replaced his knee brace and swapped his boots. He didn't complain. But he added 3 impact charges to his belt. Gerald loaded a single carbine with stun rounds and took only 1 backup cell. No one asked for extra equipment. They left the compound at 1810. No speeders. No droids. No signals. They dropped into the outer valley by 1840 and moved up the first ridge before full darkness. I tracked them by elevation blip, not visuals. Ril didn't come to the tower this time. She stayed in the back with Nerut and Vex, rerouting the relay link to a lower output to keep scans tight. By 2130, they reached the canyon line. Kale's voice came through in a whisper. "We've got visual. Camps occupied. Confirmed count. 6. 2 on guard. 4 inside." Jirul added, "1 in uniform. Not militia. Sith field insignia. No cloak. No mask. Helmeted. Doesn't match any of the intel pings we've seen before." Tam said, "Probably a commander." I replied, "Stick to the plan." Jirul and Kale moved down the ridge in a low arc, keeping under the sensor relay net. Lita kept above, rotating scan coverage and watching for movement. Tam covered the extraction point. The wind was steady. No gusts. Good visibility. The stars were bright clear sky. At 2203, Kale reached the outer tower base. He attached the signal flutter without being seen. Jirul stepped into the outer comms panel slot and accessed the backup terminal. Lita signaled that the target in uniform had entered the far tent. "Lights off." Tam shifted position. Kale confirmed connection. "Flutter placed. Ready on your mark." Jirul replied, "Give me another 30 seconds." He copied the terminal data from the base log 4 days of recorded comms pulses, each confirming signal sync with a beacon net buried outside our perimeter. Then he stepped back. "Tagging complete. Pulling." Kale hit the flutter. It blinked green, then yellow, then black. He stepped back and gave Lita the signal. Tam spotted the guard at the edge of the tower loop. The guard wasn't regular. He wore black armor, same make as the field commander. Looked bored. He turned, halfway through a patrol arc, and stopped. Saw the blinking flutter at the tower base. Raised a hand. Jirul stepped out of the shadows and shot him in the side of the neck. No sound. Just a grunt and a fall. Kale caught the body before it hit the ground and dragged it out of sight. "Keep moving," I said over the channel. They didn't stop. They reached the ridge by 2257. No alarms sounded. They were gone before the tower blinked red. They reached the basin at 0230. The data chip held coordinates, relay logs, and a user tag. The user tag read, Field Operative Designation A107. Ril ran it through the archive twice. We'd never seen it before. Chapter 14, Route Mapping and Agent Tagging. The chip was small Old Republic format, flat casing, black housing. Kale had extracted it straight from the relay node's data port before the flutter wiped the broadcast cycle. He handed it to me without comment. I slid it into the console reader and brought up the logs. Ril stood over my left shoulder, arms crossed. Nerut leaned against the opposite wall, chewing on a protein bar he hadn't unwrapped properly. Vex sat on the bench near the junction box with a toolkit in his lap, idly reassembling a relay booster. The data chip opened cleanly. No encryption on the top layer. The Sith hadn't expected anyone outside their network to access the physical console directly. The first half of the contents were expected signal pings, timestamp transmissions, field beacon rotations, and relay confirmations. No voice files. No sensor logs. Just communication trails. Routine. Mostly internal, with one pattern I recognized. 3 comms pings repeated across 6 days. All of them ended in the same routing code, A107. I tapped the tag. Got him. Ril narrowed her eyes at the screen. Same designation from the cache. Same. Line matches. Not a random scout then. Nope. Nerut stepped closer. How much movement? I pulled up the trail. 11 drops. 6 signal points on loop. 3 travel tags. 2 sit reps. Vex stopped messing with the booster. Give me coordinates. I'll check what's still active. I passed him the screen. He flipped through the log without comment, then raised his head. We've got a repeater node still pulsing 41 clicks west of the plateau site. Low power. Probably automated. Rill stepped back. We want to move now or wait? I looked at the time. If we wait, I said, he'll relocate. Nerut tossed the bar wrapper into the bin and started pulling on his vest. I pulled Kale, Nerut, and Lita for the first wave. Jirol was busy organizing the relay schematics. Tam's leg hadn't finished healing, and Vex had tech prep to finish before he could rejoin the next team. I gave the 3 of them each a silent COMM, 2 markers, and 1 recon pack each. No armor. Lita carried a carbine, unchanged ambered. Kale had the location reader. Nerut had the route map and signal dampener. Objective is visual confirmation, I told them. We don't make contact. We don't fire. We identify who's using the route and where it leads. Nerut rolled his shoulder and tightened the last strap on his belt. Kale pulled the charger from the map unit and closed the casing. What about if we're spotted? You're not spotted. Lita didn't say anything. She just slung her rifle and stood near the door. They left without noise. I stood on the tower again, same as always. The signal reader marked their movement in low pulses. Rill tracked their elevation. I watched for feedback. There wasn't any. The wind was quiet. The night was steady. And the trail was clear. They reached the repeater by 0613. Lita's voice came through first. Visual. Dish is intact. Pulsar blinking green. Nerut followed. No one in the immediate perimeter. Looks like an autonomous relay node. Kale, I'm scanning the frequency. It's weak. Could be degraded. I waited. 30 seconds passed. Kale again, confirmed. Still transmitting. Pulse delay is 15 seconds. Very slow. Bare minimum signal for network maintenance. Location stable. Yeah, Kale said. Canyon ledge. 2 anchors. Looks like it was planted for long-term coverage. Direction. Nerut answered, southwest. 30-degree offset from the last camp. That's a new route, Rill said. I zoomed out on the map. She was right. I tapped into the console. Overlay both signal paths. They crossed. A107 had been running dual coverage, 1 link north toward the plateau relay, and a second line south, deeper into unscanned territory. A second node? A command post? Or something worse? Rill looked at me. We're going after it. Not yet, I said. We need more. I called Jirol in at 0700. He sat across the table and read the new map overlay without speaking. This is the same scout, he said. Same route. Same signal strength. Same beam. He leaned forward and tapped the lower relay line. This isn't a camp signal. This is a travel path. The beam rotates. It's tracking. He nodded. Then there's a third location. Yes. I pulled up the timestamps. The intervals match a 33-hour cycle. If we plot the last 2 drops, we can predict the next one. When? Tonight. Jirol stood up. We need to be there before it activates. I gave him a full team this time. Jirol took Lita, Nerut, and Vex. Kale stayed back to process the data tags and compile route prediction. Tam stayed on lookout. Ril and I prepped the backup node in case of signal interception. I handed Jirul a marker tag and a second flutter, calibrated for mobile stations. Lida took a beacon sniffer. Vex packed a secondary sensor jammer. Nerut carried the route log and passive scanner. Your objective is to locate the source of the third pulse, I told them. If it's another relay, we tag it and pull data. If it's mobile, we mark it and leave. If it's a person, we observe only, Jirul said. I nodded. No deviation. They moved out by 1040. They reached the first route marker by 1330. Kale sent updates from base every hour. No fluctuation on the pulse pattern. Projection held. By 1547, the team had reached the Kenyan Fork. At 1623, they found movement. Jirul's voice came in first. Visual on a figure. Humanoid. Walking the signal path. Nerut, same profile as before. Short cloak. Light gear. Single sidearm. Lida, no helmet. Vex, he's not armored. Just a jacket. No external insignia visible. Jirul, it's the same operative. I pressed the comms key. How close? 30 meters. He's not hiding. Just walking. Any movement beyond him? No. Hold position. Wait for a signal drop. They waited for 43 minutes. At 1708, the signal triggered. Kale sent confirmation from base. Pulse spike detected. Same signature. Same tag. Jirul's voice came back, he dropped the signal. Same beacon. Placed it on a stone marker, angled southwest. Was it active? Yes. Single use. Low power. Lida, same design as last time. Bare-handed placement. Nerut, he's leaving. Direction. North. I blinked. Back to the original path. Yes. I keyed the receiver. Tag the beacon. Pull out. Now. They didn't argue. They returned at 2100. No injuries. No contact. The beacon was intact. I placed it in the containment drawer. Kale scanned it. Tam checked the battery. Ril pulled the data tag and ran a comparison. Same frequency. Same signal profile. Same operative. A107 had completed his third rotation. Chapter 15, Shadow Route Intercept. Ril pulled the display panel open and slid the grid calibration into place with one clean move. She didn't need a second look. The last two beacon drops landed on a near straight line, she said, adjusting the angle. He's spacing them by distance, not terrain. Kale watched from behind her, arms folded. He hadn't slept much. Vex sat 2 chairs over, tuning the rotation subroutine on the repeater console and nodding along to the rhythm of the output ping. Nerut leaned on the wall, holding a ration cube between his teeth while he scrolled through the last pulse timestamps. I stood beside the main table, hands on the edge, watching the routes overlay. Ril finished aligning the track. He'll drop the next beacon in 10 hours, she said. 50 clicks south, maybe 55. Can't be exact, but it'll fall inside the lower ravine bend. Too exposed? I asked. No, she said. There's cover from the northwest. If he walks the same line, he'll pass within 20 meters of the high stone line. If we post a watcher there, we'll see him drop it. Kale tapped the screen. Then we mark the intercept. Send to. No comms once they're in range. Visual only. If he spots them, they move out. I nodded. Jirol's going. Nerut shifted his stance. Who's with him? I looked at the team list. Not you. You've been on the last 3. I can still move, he said. You're still tired. Vex chuckled. He's mad someone else gets the fun. I'm not mad, Nerut muttered. I pointed to the column on the wall. Lida's rotating back in. She's rested. I'll send her. Kale raised an eyebrow. No backup. They'll have passive line of sight and no contact orders, I said. They'll see him. That's all. Jirol and Lida met in the gear bay 20 minutes later. He didn't ask questions. Just adjusted the lens mount on his scope and checked the balance of his carbine. Still set to stun. Still compact. Light enough to carry at pace, but not useful for holding ground. This wasn't a battle setup. Lida wore her jacket zipped up all the way. She didn't take a rifle, just a sidearm and the field scanner pack, with an extra thermal mesh folded under her outer belt. I handed them each a single-use signal flare, short-range marker tags, and 1 relay beacon blank. You get eyes on the drop. You map the contact point. You watch what he does after. You do not move on him, you do not speak, you do not tag him. Jirol nodded. Lida buckled her pack. I grinned. If either of you gets caught, make it look like you're lost. Jirol stared at me. Lida smiled faintly and walked past without a word. They left at 0921. The predicted drop window was between 1930 and 2015. I tracked their elevation feed as they moved past the outer perimeter, dropped into the canyon line, and followed the upper cut to the south ridge. They moved slower than usual, terrain was looser. More broken shale. Fewer flat steps. At 1210, Lida's feed cut out. She'd switched to passive. Jirol followed 5 minutes later. I closed the console. Now we waited. Rill kept to the back half of the comms room. Kale sat near the rear corner with the map log open across 2 screens. Vex ran silent checks on the base's energy cells. Nerut paced. At 1640, Rill's wrist COMM blinked. Silent flash green. Visual confirmation. I stepped to the panel and opened the direct feed from the backup relay. Jirol's signal blinked twice. Lida's stayed dark. He was in place. Watching. 30 minutes passed. Then another 30. Then 10 more. Then Lida's signal flashed once. Contact. I keyed the panel once. Her beacon came online for 6 seconds. Long enough to show movement. Then gone. I sat down and waited. The door opened at 2303. Jirol stepped in first, helmet clipped to his belt. Lida followed, hair loose from the wind, a bit of dirt across her forehead. Kale didn't say anything. Just sat up straighter. Nerut turned from the wall. Well? I asked. Lida dropped her pack onto the bench and pulled the field scanner. He came, she said. Jirol crossed his arms. Same man. Same walk. Same pattern. No variation. New gear? I asked. No, he said. Same jacket. Same sidearm. No pack. Placement. Same method. Beacon down. Angle set. He stood for 30 seconds, then turned around and walked northeast. Same exact path back. Kale asked, did he stop? No, Lida said. Never looked behind. Never scanned the area. Nerut frowned. He knew you were there. Maybe, Jirol said. But if he did, he didn't care. Was the beacon active? Yes, Lita said. I copied the frequency but didn't take it. I nodded. That's fine. Any new identifiers? Gerol pulled a datapad from his belt and handed it to me. Look at this. I activated the screen. It showed a line of text, embedded in the beacon frequency metadata. 107C/3 confirmed routing successful, update path Q to 9. I read it again. Path Q. Kale leaned over my shoulder. It's part of a loop. These aren't just random drops. He's following a sequence. Lita said, 9 points. Gerol added, we've seen 4. Ril stood beside me now. Then we can predict the rest. I looked at Kale. He nodded. If the cycle holds, yes. I looked at the map on the wall. 4 pins already marked. Project the rest. Kale worked through the night. He used the same spacing interval, adjusted for terrain obstacles, and factored in slight delays from beacon cycle times. By 0300, he had 6 predicted points. By 0430, he added the 7th. This one's different, he said, pointing to a ridge past the southern valley. It's not an open placement. It's surrounded by cliffs. No clean beam path. Why would he drop there? Ril asked. Kale shrugged. Could be a storage point. Or a meeting zone. Gerol watched the map quietly. If we're going to intercept, he said, it has to be there. Chapter 16, False Signal, Real Time. Vex didn't even argue when I handed him the false beacon kit. He just blinked once, rolled his eyes, and clipped the casing open with one hand like he was getting ready to patch a wall panel, not reroute a live Sith signal. Lita leaned against the crate rack, arms crossed, watching him calibrate the cycle delay. Her rifle was already cleaned and slung, and her boots were dust-free. She always prepped early. She didn't say much, especially not when Vex was in one of his quiet tech moods, but I could tell she was watching for him to mess something up. Signal bounce is gonna feel a little crunchy if he's using enhanced trace filters, Vex muttered. It'll hold, I said. It only has to convince him for about 12 seconds. That's the part I don't like, he said. I don't trust Sith to be stupid. He hasn't changed the beacon type in 4 drops. Doesn't mean he won't this time. I shrugged. If he scans it, and it doesn't scream at him, it'll pass. He's not standing around for diagnostics. He drops, looks, leaves. Ril came in from the console wing with a terrain map loaded on a portable slab. She laid it out on the middle table and tapped the far south ridge line. Predicted point 7 lands here, she said. Elevations higher than points 5 and 6, so his signal angle's going to widen. If he's calibrating for directional beams, that site gives him triple bounce coverage. I pointed to the slope above the marker. This shelf is where you're placing the dummy. Vex, you load the false beacon at sub-frequency 124 kr. Lita, you'll plant it manually. No drop. No tossing. Get your hands on the rock. Vex grunted. I know. After it's placed, I said, you wait 75 seconds. Then you bounce the remote ping. He'll think it's part of the calibration cycle. If he stops, you leave. If he scans longer than 10 seconds, you leave. If he walks past, you leave. Lita asked, we staying hidden, or shadowing? Hidden. You're not tracking him this time. We need the signal route, not his face. She nodded once. I grinned at her. And don't shoot anyone. I didn't last time. Not for lack of wanting. She smiled back, faintly. That's different. They left the base at 1304. Kale and I tracked them for the first hour. Tam sat on the console bench, watching the secondary feed with a stim pack in one hand and his leg already braced, just in case I called him in. Still think it's going to work? Kale asked without looking up. He's a creature of habit. Kale tapped the side of the relay log. So are assassins. I laughed. That's why I'm not sending you. He didn't respond, but I caught the twitch in his cheek. That was enough. The ridge trail ran longer than we expected. By 1526, Lita was calling elevation changes every 6 minutes. The angle was sharper than what we'd modeled. She and Vex had to adjust course twice to avoid a boulder run in a collapsed section of shale. Vex didn't complain, but I could hear it in his breathing. At 1614, they reached the overlook. Visual on target drop point, Lita said over the secured channel. Clean. No footprints. No motion. Any signal interference? I asked. Vex keyed in. Negative. Ridge is clean. I'm prepping the fake. He tapped the dummy beacon on and set the false signal delay. Payload's warm. Battery shows green. Loops set to match last cycle. Tag it. Tagging now. I leaned over Kale's console. He brought up the passive sensor net and reloaded the prediction grid. Wind's still steady, he said. Visibility's solid. If he shows, they'll see him. Timer. Kale pointed to the grid. 73 minutes until last known pattern match. Could shift by 5, maximum. I nodded. At 1718, Lita's voice returned. Beacon placed. On the south slope. Angled southwest as instructed. Active loop engaged. Ready for trigger. Hold, I said. The sun was starting to drop, but the sky was clear. At this elevation, they had a full view of any approach. The signal net was reading clean. No anomalies. No outside pings. At 1732, Kale's voice was low. We've got movement. 17 clicks northeast. 1 contact. Walking. He looked at me. Timing matches. Lita and Vex went silent at 1734. No chatter. No sensor pulses. They dropped to full passive. I switched to monitor mode only. No outgoing comms. No alerts. Kale's display showed the contact moving at steady pace, 4.5 clicks per hour. Humanoid profile. Light gear. No support drone. No companion. Rill walked into the room and said nothing. Just crossed her arms and stood by the door. Tam stopped bouncing his boot. That meant he was paying attention. By 1811, the contact was 300 meters out. Kale whispered, visual from the ridge. He's alone. No mask. Same jacket. I watched the display. The predicted arrival hit dead on. At 1817, the contact reached the dummy beacon. Kale's voice was calm. He stopped. I leaned closer. Time it. The console timer started. Vex's voice came through on the secure whisper channel one-way feed. He's scanning. Scan duration? I asked. Standard sweep. 6 seconds so far. No shift. Loops holding. Holding. At 12:10, Kale said, still at the beacon. Not moving. At 12:12, still scanning. At 12:14, no secondary motion. At 12:16, he stood up. At 12:19, he turned around. At 12:20, he's leaving. I exhaled. Kale grinned. We got him. The beacon fed its false signal clean. It routed through the uplink relay Kale built into our converted tower mast. The signal passed straight through our encrypted loop without a flag, because the tag he scanned was real enough to pass muster. Rill stepped forward and activated the signal trace. Tracking. Kale opened the output log. First signal bounce confirmed. Heading northwest. Vex's voice returned. We're pulling. Dummy left in place. He didn't touch it. Return, I said. Lyta confirmed. On our way. They were back by 2010. Lyta pulled the scanner pack off her back and handed it to Rill. Vex dropped onto the side bench and let out a long breath. He stood there longer than I wanted, he said. He's careful, I replied. Not careful enough, Kale muttered, tapping through the live log. We watched the bounce continue. At 2030, the signal passed through the canyon shelf. At 2101, it hit a repeater node we hadn't seen before. Kale marked it. New relay. Autonode. Probably deployed in the last 10 days. He's upgraded his path. Where does it go? I asked. Kale kept tapping. The feed kept going. At 2134, he looked up. It's leading to a mobile command vehicle. I raised my eyebrows. Tracked. No. Air skimmer. Small. Republic pattern hull. Tam stood. Wait. Republic. Visual confirms, Kale said. But no Republic ID. Stripped plate. Modified relay mast on top. It's moving along the edge of the North Plateau. Rill frowned. That's not Sith. Kale nodded. But it's taking Sith signals. I turned to the team. Prep a scout. Chapter 17, Hull, Mast, Pad. Kale and Rill launched at 1:13. We kept it lean, no speeders, no shuttle, just 2 bikes, silent glide with thermal dampened cores. They carried only what they needed. Kale had a disruptor toolset in a small case slung across his back. Rill carried a single satchel with the magnetic hull tags and a compact signal freezer. She also took a small blaster, tuned to low output. Not for a fight, just in case she had to keep someone still. Tam handed them both 2 dose sticks each before they left. Short stims. Kale rolled his eyes and tossed his into the side pouch. Rill clipped hers beside her knife sheath and didn't say anything. Nerut stood beside me at the console. He looked more awake than he should have. You really think they'll catch it standing still? If they're lucky. And if they're not? I grinned. Then it'll be more fun for us later. Vex was slouched in the chair behind us, legs out, arms folded. He looked like he was half asleep, but his fingers were tapping a rhythm on the underside of the armrest. Rill had overridden his calibration on the mast tuning earlier. He hadn't complained yet, but I knew he wanted it back. They're 15 clicks behind the target, I said. Canyon edge'll narrow by 4 clicks near the bend. If the skimmer's running a loop route, it'll slow to make that turn. Kale's voice came through the channel, we've got it. Nerut leaned forward. Rill added, visual confirmed. It's the same vehicle. No lights. No Republic markings. Kale, they've modified the nose. Narrower than standard issue. Probably customized for low-altitude hover. What's your range? I asked. 3 clicks. Gaining. Any escort? Negative. Rill's tone stayed steady. No signal coverage either. It's flying dark. Maintain glide. Don't get closer than 1 click until it banks. Wait for the slow. Kale didn't reply. He never did when he was locking in. The skimmer banked hard at 154. Ril's whisper came first. Target is slowing. Entering canyon bend. Altitude dropping. Kale, we're moving to intercept. I stepped back from the console and crossed to the overhead screen. Tam synced the external scanner feed to one of the passive sensor relays Vex had left up in the northwest ridge. The skimmer's shape came through clear flat hull, low slung, single dorsal mast still raised. No escort. No heat bloom from heavy systems. Still no ID, Tam muttered. Just get the freeze ready, I said. If Kale breaks the mast, we need that signal on ice before it reroutes. Ril, we're dropping below it. 20 meters back. No sign of motion inside. Kale, I'm moving in. Kale jumped the bike first. The distance between his seat and the skimmer hull was about 4 meters. Short enough that the repulsor drag almost caught him mid-air. He hit the hull clean, rolled, and stayed flat. He didn't waste time. His left hand pulled the mast tool set. His right clipped the anchor line to the hull lip. The mast was bolted to the dorsal panel on a 3-point mount, old design. Republic issued during the early years of the war. He recognized it from training. He popped the first seal and locked the mount. The mast gave one faint shudder. He hissed over the mic. Masts wired. Reroute path is manual. I'll break it now. Wait, Ril said. Tag first. Kale froze. She was 10 meters back, holding position on the slope, one boot on the bike, one foot on the rock face. He didn't argue. He pulled the magnetic hull tag from his belt and pressed it flat against the access plate. The tag blinked twice. Then stayed green. Signal tracer online. Back at base, the console pinged. Vex grunted. Got the tracer. Pulling full vector read. Lock it, I said. Now. Kale turned back to the mast. He yanked the final seal, pulled the central coupler out of its seat, and jammed the disruptor spike into the open slot. The mast flickered. One light blinked red. The transmission loop ended. He pulled back and signaled Ril. Done. She didn't answer immediately. Then, I'm going in. He didn't like that. You're not cleared. I'm opening the rear hatch. Keep watch. He hissed again. Ril, I already tripped the mast. If there's anyone, then they're dead. Ril didn't wait. She landed on the back of the skimmer at a crouch and walked the spine of the hull. She didn't bother with magnetic boots, just grip solace, tight stride, straight to the hatch panel. It wasn't locked. She pressed the manual release. The door slid open with a quiet hiss. The interior was small. 2 rows of seats. 1 central control panel. 1 NAV display. The lights were low, but the console was still active. The rear bench had a pack strapped to it. She moved fast. No sign of life. No heat. No movement. She opened the pack. Inside, rations, a blanket, an encrypted datapad, and 1 holo map. She took the datapad. It was still warm. At 2:10, she stepped out of the skimmer with the pad in hand and the hatch sealed behind her. Kale was waiting on the ridge with the bikes. No alarm, he said. No crew, she said. He took the datapad. Encryption. Look Sith. He slid it into the scanner sleeve on his arm. It's locked. Deep. No biometric. Then it's an archive pad. They mounted up and rode back in silence. Back at base, I waited at the tower. They returned at 3:47. Ril dropped the datapad on the table and went straight to the back to sit down. She looked tired. Not weak. Just quiet. Kale stood next to the slab without saying anything. Vex leaned forward and grabbed the pad. Gimme. He flipped it over. Tam brought up the scanner. Nera tossed him a link cable. Vex opened the shell and tapped the internal feed. It's got a locked cycle. Not personal data. No tags. No notes. Transmission records? I asked. Vex nodded. Looks like. Rill leaned back. From where? He didn't answer. He tapped again. And then he pointed to the screen. 3 coordinates. 6 date stamps. 1 tag. A107 Chapter 18, echoes across the grid. Vex angled the data pad under the corner light, already grumbling. 1 line access. No vocal input. Interface is touch only and it's locked behind a double-layer encryption. He wasn't looking at me. This was probably taken from a Sith officer. Could have been military intel grade. We shouldn't even be able to power it up without the paired codes. I sat down across from him and tilted the screen with 2 fingers. But it is powered up. Yeah, he said. Because whoever had it was lazy or in a hurry. Or both. Rill stood behind him with her arms folded, quiet. She was watching the screen more than she was listening. I could tell she wasn't breathing hard, wasn't tired, but she was still keyed up from the skimmer run. I didn't say anything about it. Vex popped open the lower casing of the data pad. He slid in a micro cable from his terminal, and the console lights dimmed as the power rebalanced. The diagnostic board lit green. No biometric pairing on this model, he said. But the OS is Sith locked. Anything we do from here goes through a timed sandbox. 1 misstep, and it burns itself. Then don't misstep. You're hilarious. He tapped a set of inputs, ran a bypass script, then waited. The screen blinked once. Then twice. Then it froze. Expected that, he said. I didn't touch the internal logs yet. Just tricked it into thinking it was in a maintenance dock. Rill finally spoke. How long before you're in? Depends if the Sith who built this was lazy or arrogant. Probably both, I said. That got a smile out of her. Vex ran another set of taps. This time, the screen shifted. 4 lines of static text appeared. All red. All in block format. He leaned in. Okay. Here's something. Internal timestamp log. 6 entries. They're stored in chronological order. That's weird. Why? Sith don't usually keep clean records unless it's for coordination. Field agents especially. But these are static. No transmission flags, no receiver keys. That means they were saved locally. Offline records, Rill said. Right. She stepped around the table and leaned down beside me. Her eyes moved fast across the screen, line by line. Read the codes out loud, she said. Vex didn't look up. First entry. Delta 174. Route path confirmed. Coordinates embedded. Timestamp matches .2. Second. Gamma 380. Drop validated. Passive loop stabilized. Beacon tag A107. That's .4. Kale came in without knocking, holding a ration bar in one hand and his gloves in the other. More logs. 6 total, I said. He's matching them now. Kale walked around to the other side of the table, chewing as he watched. Third. Lambda 709. Route extension requested. Cycle offset denied. No response flag. Kale swallowed. Wait. Denied? That's .5. Rill looked at me. Someone told him to keep the original path. Vex pointed to the next line. 4th. Sigma 556. Beacon replication accepted. Field anchor authorized. Kale frowned. That was the one we tampered with. Vex blinked. Yet. And he accepted the fake. He logged it as confirmed. Looks like it. I leaned forward. What about 5 and 6? Vex tapped again. 5th entry. Theta 912. Repeater node update successful. Route encrypted. Map clear. That was the mobile skimmer's relay bounce, Rill said. Kale stopped chewing. So he was still logging after we disabled the mast. No, Vex said. He logged that before we hit it. This data pad was updated mid-route. I asked, what's the 6th? Final entry beta 038. Beacon relay cycle concluded. Await further instructions. Rill was already moving to the side console, tapping in the coordinate logs. If we map those timestamps against the beacon placements, it means A107 was running on a tight schedule. His log ended the moment the 7th point dropped. I watched Kale finish the bar and toss the wrapper aside. He's waiting now, Kale said. Not moving? I asked. No signals since last bounce. No beacon trail. He's gone dark. That fits, Vex muttered. Last entry said he was holding. Rill was cross-referencing now. If we match each of these log points with the known drop locations, we can build a predictive cycle. Vex, highlight the midpoint times. He did. 6 red markers lit up on the grid. Rill tapped through each with her knuckle, slow and precise. This wasn't a scout mission. It was a supply corridor. Vex added, and we just fed a false beacon into it. I sat back. That means the next team to follow his route will walk straight through a rerouted loop. Kale was already opening his field scanner. I can confirm the arc overlap. We know the angles now. If we follow this same signal path and invert the 4th drop point, it should bounce a clean route down into the canyon floor. That area's unmapped, Rill said. Not anymore, Kale replied. This datapad just handed us its calibration set. Vex turned the datapad in his hands again. Still want me to risk a deep dive? Not yet, I said. Just back it up and get a clean copy. He nodded. I stood and walked to the display wall. Tam was there, arms folded, watching the corner of the map. He didn't say anything until I stopped beside him. You think A107's coming back? He'll move if he gets new orders. Until then, he's just a relay dropper. Tam rubbed the side of his neck. Feels too easy. It wasn't easy. You're just not the one who had to run across a canyon and break into a skimmer. He gave a short laugh. Yet. Next time, I'm taking the datapad. You can keep the running. Kale's voice came from behind. You wouldn't last 10 meters. 10 more than you. I turned around. Enough. Get the projection grid loaded. Rill, pull the signal cycle from drop 5 and overlay the time offset. She was already working. Vex stood, stretched, and handed me the backed-up datapad. Copied and stored. I left the original untouched. If he checks it again, it won't show any tampering. Good. I turned the pad over once more. 6 entries. All clean. All logged. None encrypted beyond surface. Whoever issued this didn't expect it to fall into enemy hands. Or they didn't care. Rill waved us over. Projection complete. We stood around the console. 6 red arcs. 3 signal loops. 2 vertical relays. 1 deep bounce. Kale traced the final curve with his finger. That's a canyon vault. Not natural. Man-made. Has to be. That curve wouldn't hold a signal without a receiver coil. Tam pointed to the far side of the projection. You see that flat zone? If we follow this back trace, we'll find something. Either a base or a final drop point. Vex pulled his chair forward again. If it's Sith, we'll know the moment we break the beam. And if it's Republic? Rill asked. No way a Republic sells running relays through Sith-coded beacons, Kale said. I pointed to the final arc. Then that's where we go next. Rill tapped the surface once, then walked back toward her locker. Kale followed. Vex stayed at the screen, watching the loop spin. Tam turned to me. You want me on the scout? Not this one. I need you in camp. If the relay trips again, you're first eyes. Understood. He looked disappointed, but he didn't argue. I watched Kale load the terrain data into a handheld. Vex pushed his chair back. Rill stopped at the door. Same team. I looked at her. You want a repeat? She didn't smile, but her voice was even. It worked. I nodded. Then yes. Vex grinned. Fine. Just don't break it this time. I didn't break it. You always say that after it's broken. She left without responding. Kale followed. I sat back down and turned the data pad over one more time. Still warm. Still clean. Still waiting. Chapter 19, Contact hidden in stone. Rill didn't bother asking what to bring. She already had her boots on and her field scanner slung across her shoulder before Kale finished loading the coordinates into his wrist pad. She didn't ask me for final confirmation either, just nodded when I told her to move fast and quiet, like she'd already planned the route herself. She probably had. Kale didn't say much at all. He checked the power levels on the second bike 3 times, then adjusted the throttle down a few ticks. He tightened his gloves like we were headed into a battlefield instead of a canyon shelf. Expecting to get shot at? I asked, leaning against the crate rack. I don't like natural cover, he said. If it collapses, you're stuck. Thanks for the optimism. He didn't laugh. That was about as close as Kale got to nervous. Rill walked by, clipped a second tag spike to her belt, and said, if the ground gives out, just land on your feet. Kale looked at her, then at me. She's serious. She always is. I don't like that either. I waved them off. Go on. If you die, I'm not carrying your gear back. Kale didn't respond. Rill smiled just a little. She liked the quiet assignments. The bikes lifted off at 11:14, skimming fast out of the southern ravine mouth and into the dead cliffs. By 12:50, the relay grid started picking up canyon interference, minor static, a few minor echo spikes. Nothing serious, but enough that Vex swore under his breath and kicked the base console when it refused to sync with the beacon overlay. Terrain's too steep, he muttered, dragging a second line through the scan. The signal's rebounding off dry iron. We should have buried a repeater closer to shelf 2. You said it wouldn't hold charge, I reminded him. He grumbled something and sat back. Doesn't mean I was wrong. I leaned over the desk and watched Rill's tracker blink once, vanish, then reappear 2 ticks later. They were moving slow now. That meant they'd found something. Kale and Rill reached the vault slope just after 13:30. The feed dropped again for 12 seconds before returning with partial visual. The terrain ahead of them was narrow rock stacked in layers, vertical and uneven. From the image Kale sent back, it looked like a ridge that had been broken apart by old blasting charges, then eroded down into something that barely resembled a path. There's no vault door, Kale said over the mic, voice low. Describe what you see, I said. Elevated shelf. 9 meters up. Large stone face. Looks natural, but there's a hollow on the right side. Scan it. Rill answered. I already am. She sent a direct packet back through the signal relay. It came through grainy, but usable. Thermal bleed. Low. Not powered, but not dead. There's heat behind the wall, I said. Kale's voice came again. From a conduit line. It runs low. I'm following the curve. Anything metal. No plating. But there's a pulse. Rill said, found a port. Say again. I said I found a data port. The feed flickered. She was climbing the shelf by then, hands pressed against the rock to stay balanced, one boot carefully shifting over a narrow ledge that looked like it might crumble under the wrong step. She reached the ledge and pulled out her scan spike. No comment. Just work. Kale kept below, covering the path with a hand on his blaster. Ports embedded, Rill said. Hidden behind a stone ridge. Standard Republic model. Civilian grade. That's not Sith, I said. No, Kale agreed. Someone's running a Republic interface behind Sith signal routes. Looks like it. I rubbed the side of my head and looked at Vex. He'd stopped tapping. I told you this route wasn't clean, he said. Rill inserted the spike. A soft tone came through the channel connection established. I'm running a static pull, she said. No write. No ping. Just listen. Don't trigger anything. I know. Kale stood completely still. Didn't move. Didn't shift his weight. Just watched the ridge with narrowed eyes and one hand loose near the trigger. Signals cycling, Rill said. Pulling, 37 entries. I leaned forward. What kind of entries? Drop logs. Same format as the data had. But these go back 36 days. 36 days? Vex asked. That's more than a month of untouched cycles. Pulling all, Rill confirmed. Kale looked up. We're not staying long. EDA? I asked. 4 minutes to pull the log, 7 to extract. I glanced at the console clock. You've got 6 total. If you're not moving by then, you pull mid-transfer. Copy, Rill said. Vex pulled the earlier datapad from the shelf and set it next to the screen. If these logs line up with the ones we've already got, we can build the entire path from drop 1 to drop 37. That's almost a full quarter grid, I said. And all routed through Sith-tagged beacons. Vex frowned. No one in the Republic would authorize that. No one smart. Kale's voice cut in. Movement. North Ridge. Can't confirm if it's a contact or just wind. Rill pulled the spike free. Transfer complete. Get down, I said. Neither of them answered, but Kale's feed showed motion. Rill dropped fast from the shelf, landed on one knee, and stayed behind a rocky spur while Kale backed toward the bikes. Contact visual confirmed, Kale said. Single figure. Not armed. No helmet. Hostile. Can't tell. Rill was already moving again. She hit the slope with both boots and kept low, crossing to the second ridge line. Withdraw, I said. If they follow, you lose them in the canyon fork. Copy, Kale answered. Rill didn't respond. The feed cut once, then came back shaky. Vex watched silently, eyes fixed on the screen. Tam had walked in without me noticing, arms crossed, frowning. Something's off, Tam said. Yeah, I muttered. Back on screen, the figure was standing near the vault. Not touching anything. Just watching the ridge. Is it the same man? I asked. Kale didn't answer for a second. Then, I don't think so. His build's lighter. Different stance. Follow. No, Rill said. We're not ready. They didn't wait for orders after that. The bikes lifted off and peeled north along the safe route. The contact didn't move. I stood there with my arms folded, watching the feed until it cut out again. Vex turned away from the screen. Whoever that was, they didn't care they were seen. Too calm, Tam said. They knew the timing, I added. That quieted the room. I stepped back, sat down, and waited. Kale and Rill returned at 15:42. Rill dropped the scan spike on the table and immediately moved to the data console. She didn't take off her gloves or sit down. Just keyed the transfer and loaded the 37 logs without waiting for Vex. Kale walked in slower, set his gear down in a line, and leaned on the wall. Bike held up. Was there any pursuit? No. I glanced at Rill. You sure? If they followed, they didn't show it. Vex pulled the new logs up. His eyes moved fast. They match, he said. The format's exact. Same structure. Same command encoding. But these logs include receiver flags. Someone's getting the reports. Yeah, Vex said. They're bouncing back to a stationary node east of here. Republic designator, but no transponder code. What's the range? 18 clicks. Tam muttered, we've got someone using Sith couriers to deliver to a Republic station. I didn't argue. Rill stepped back from the console. We have their drop cycle. We have their vault. We have their forward receiver. Kale glanced at me. You want to hit it? I stood. Not yet. Rill looked back. Then what? I walked to the map and tapped the newest signal arc. We keep watching. If they're still pulling these relays, they'll show again. Rill nodded once. Kale didn't speak, but I saw him tighten his gloves again. Vex brought up the next route cycle. Tam folded his arms and watched without a word. I marked the next predicted drop. We were still in the loop. Chapter 20, line injected, mask dropped. Vex leaned back in his chair with one boot up on the side of the console rack, eyes scanning the log output without blinking. The backed-up log from Rill's spike was running in a split window against the beacon cycle archive he'd pulled earlier that morning. There was already a third window open, an editor suite packed with 30 years of Republic signal injection tools, most of them cracked, a few of them half-legal. Don't tell me you're actually following the protocol tags, I said. He reached over and clicked a string with the edge of his stylus. It's not about following them. It's about pretending I did. You sure they're that dumb? I'm not betting on them being dumb. He clicked again. I'm betting on them being rushed. I glanced across the room. Rill was sitting with one leg hooked over the other, her scanner open on the bench beside her. She wasn't watching Vex's screen, but she was definitely listening. She had a habit of pretending to be half distracted while still picking up every sentence. Tam was behind me, arms crossed. He wasn't smiling. You get flagged mid-injection, they'll cut the route, he said. Vex didn't respond right away. Then, they won't. The data pad was offline. No remote alert. The vault spike was passive. The beacon loop's already closed. This inject won't go upstream. It'll just echo sideways. I raised an eyebrow. Sideways. Yes, sideways, he said, grinning a little. Fake routing entry. Looks like a missed instruction from last cycle. Standard field cleanup. Every transmission officer assumes the field agents miss 1 in 10. We give them one to fix. What's the fake drop say? Relayed crate from A107. Forwarded to second handler for civilian transfer. Confirmed non-military materials. Drop authorized under delay clause subcode D82. I blinked. That's boring. Exactly, he said. It's supposed to be boring. Rill finally spoke. What if they double check? They won't. If they do, the tag pings back as a delayed confirm. No payload ID. Just wait and timing. She didn't argue. Tam walked up behind Vex and leaned over his shoulder. What kind of weight? Light. 72 kilos. That's crate size for medpacks or equipment. No actual contents. None. It's a ghost drop. The beacon won't light, but the data tag will look valid. I stepped around the other side of the console and folded my arms. What happens when someone goes to pick it up? Vex smiled. We'll be watching. The injection took 12 minutes. Rill reviewed the buffer 3 times before she handed it off. She didn't say it, but she clearly didn't want the plan falling apart because of a bad syntax line. Kale joined us halfway through and scanned the outbound route with his arms crossed, nodding once when the beam direction matched the canyon vault arc. At 14:12, Vexa uploaded the fake log into the next cycle queue. It slotted in between 2 old entries, one from the skimmer route, one from the vault shelf, and blended perfectly into the timestamp gap left between them. He tapped the keyboard twice and leaned back. It's in. Tam asked, when does the cycle go active? Next grid pulse hits at 17:20, Vex replied. Receiver station should query the new drop around 17:23. They'll either send someone to collect it or flag it for later. And if they flag it, then we try something less subtle. I stretched my arms behind my head and grinned. Like planting explosives in their toilet. Rill didn't laugh, but Kale smiled slightly. Tam didn't. Vex ignored me and started opening the signal monitor. I'm locking a passive trace on their response frequency. We'll get a name, or at least a tag. You think they'll use a personal channel? I think they're lazy, Vex said. So yes. The waiting took hours. The room stayed quiet, lights low. No one talked much after that. Vex sat with his headphones on, watching the signal monitor. Kale leaned against the wall near the secondary screen, arms crossed, chewing something that looked too dry to be food. Rill had moved to the back corner and was recalibrating her scanner lens with a hand tool, one movement at a time. I sat at the edge of the command table with my boots up on the bench and tried not to fall asleep. At 17:23, the first ping came in. Vex straightened in his seat. Receivers live. They're scanning the beacon chain. Rill was already standing. Kale stepped forward. Tam moved in behind me. Vex held up a hand, eyes locked on the screen. Okay, they're looking at the new entry. Bounce request coming, yes. They're querying the vault node. He leaned forward. Wait. Got it. A contact tag just authenticated. Call sign, Hask9. Kale's expression didn't change, but I saw the way his hand shifted closer to his belt. Rill's eyes narrowed slightly. I said, is that a military code? No. It's internal. Civilian net. Black tag series. Encrypted. Not fully. It's low clearance. He tapped again. I'm following the handshake. It's routing to a field COMM base. That's it. Where's the base? Outer shelf. Cliffside pad. Same direction as the East Relay Station. Kale said, same group. Vex nodded. Definitely. Tam asked, they deploying anyone? Vex didn't answer. He kept watching. 3 seconds passed. 5. Then. Yes. They're sending a response unit. Field handler tag. 2 pass ID. No signal cloak. They're not hiding it. Rill said, that's sloppy. No, I corrected. That's confident. Vex grinned. Which is better? I leaned over the table. You have their route. Building it now. He opened the relay path. The projected line ran from the cliffside pad out through the eastern canyon mouth. Then it looped up the shelf toward the fake drop point Vex had tagged near the old relay marker. That spot was already under passive observation. We had 3 micronodes there, disguised as heat sensors. I said, they walk into that spot, we get a clean tag. Full tag. Visual, signal, voice. Then we're ready. At 1748, the contact arrived. One figure. Not in uniform. Short cloak, light armor, single sidearm. No helmet. Kale said, civilian frame. Early 30s. Probably local. Rill adjusted the zoom on the feed. That's a spacer jacket. Outer rim style. Cheap. Vex confirmed. Signal matches Hask 9. Tam asked, is he scanning? Yet. Running a manual check. He's looking for a crate that doesn't exist. Kale said, he looks confused. I grinned. Good. Confused people make mistakes. On screen, the man walked in a slow circle, scanned the ground twice, then checked his wrist pad. After 10 more seconds, he pulled out a communicator and keyed a code. Vex jumped. Stop talking. He tuned the feed higher. The comms intercept caught mid-call. No crate. Nothing here. Are you sure the log's valid? A pause. It's not in the wrong spot. It's exactly where you sent me. Another pause. Then, fine. I'll wait. Vex muted the call and tapped the line hard. I've got him. Full voice sample. Frequency trace. Location pinned. I asked, you get the reply voice. Working on it. He played the buffer back. 2 seconds. 4. The reply came in. Female. Sharp. Mid-level accent, neutral tone. Hold position. Dispatching confirm. Vex eyes lit up. Got her too. ID. Still tracing. Tam looked at me. You want to send someone? I shook my head. Not yet. Let him stand there confused for a while. Kale said, he's calling again. Vex pulled up the next buffer. Told you, there's nothing. Not even a mark on the ground. If someone grabbed it before I got here, you'd see the beacon drop. Reply, your confirmation ping is already late. If you don't log a successful handoff in the next 3 minutes, it goes to command review. Rill's eyebrow twitched. So it's logged to someone higher. Vex grinned again. I love lazy spies. He ran the voice profile through the archive again. She's tagged. Full name, Kura Dammer. Former Republic Logistics. Now freelance field liaison. She's been flagged twice for unsanctioned data routing. Where's she based? Cliffside Relay Station. The one we mapped last week. Tam crossed his arms. So we've got a confirmed route, a named contact, a drop signal they accepted, and a false crate they tried to recover. Which means, I said, they believe the route is clean. And now we know it's not, Rill said. Kale looked at me. You want to hit the relay? Not yet. Why not? Because now we know who they are. Let them keep running. Rill's eyes narrowed. They'll cover their trail soon. I looked at Vex. How long before that signal port closes? Hours. Maybe a day. Depends how fast they realize they're walking into ghosts. I nodded. Then we let them keep walking. Chapter 21, Silence on the Pickup Trail. Kale and Tam left before the sun dipped. Neither wasted words on the ride. Kale drove the lead bike, visor tilted against the grit of the canyon winds, his eyes fixed on the uplink marker blinking across his wrist pad. Tam followed half a length behind, keeping steady despite the uneven ground that shook the bikes every few meters. The trail wasn't long, 20 minutes at speed, but the terrain made it worse than it looked on the grid. Shale kept breaking under the repulsors, kicking dust and scattering rocks against the cliffs. The beacon feed stayed solid. Their target hadn't moved since the last trace. When the two of them cut power near the shelf's edge, the canyon fell quiet. Only the faint hum of a parked speeder came through, echoing against stone. Kale dismounted first. He crouched, unholstered his carbine but kept the safety engaged, and scanned the rise. Tam swung down beside him, knee brace clicking faintly as he landed. He had his blaster slung, but one hand rested against the grip. North Ridge, Kale said quietly. That's his speeder. Tam peered past the rock line. A civilian model, low-end, painted dark to blend with the cliff. The idle hum carried faintly. No cover on the east, Tam said. Then we go west. They moved slow, circling wide, keeping to the shadows where the stone piled highest. At 20 meters, they saw the man. He was seated on a flat rock, cloak wrapped close, shoulders low. Not armored. No helmet. His hands were empty and resting on his knees. Kale raised his carbine. Stay where you are. The man looked over. His face was calm, not panicked. Mid-30s, clean features, hair tied back. His eyes stayed on Kale. You're not Kura, he said. Tam moved 3 steps right, circling toward the speeder. Kale didn't answer. He lowered his weapon slightly but kept it ready. Stand up. Slow. The man rose. His hands stayed where Kale could see them. No weapon, Kale noted. No weapon, the man repeated. Tam checked the speeder. He opened the side hatch and reached inside. No crate. Console's clean. No tracker. Of course not, the man muttered. Kale kept steady. Name. Hask 9. Kale gave the faintest smirk. So you admit it. The man exhaled, slow. You already knew. Tam shut the hatch and stepped closer. You were here to collect a delivery that never existed. Hask 9 didn't respond. Kale lowered his carbine, but his tone sharpened. Who gives the orders? The man hesitated, eyes flicking to the ground. Tam took another step forward. Answer. I don't know the name, Hask 9 said finally. I only get the call signs. Kale said, which call sign? Z Delta. They route through Kura. She sends the details. That's all I get. Tam glanced at Kale. His expression didn't change. Kale leaned forward slightly. How long have you been running this route? 2 months. Maybe longer. Alone? No. I'm not the only one. Kale straightened, stepping back half a pace. Sit down. Hask 9 lowered himself back onto the rock, hands resting on his knees again. He didn't look at either of them. Tam keyed his COMM. We've got him. Vexkin scrubbed the log. Kale kept his eyes fixed on the man. Then we're done here. Chapter 22, Handler in the Shadows. The speeder was shut down by the time Kale and Tam started the return. Tam rode behind, silent, watching their captive sit stiff on the back seat. Hask-9 didn't speak for the first 20 minutes of the trip. He didn't resist either. His eyes stayed forward, expression locked somewhere between irritation and exhaustion. Kale didn't prod him. He just kept the bike steady, scanning the ridgeline as they cut back across the basin. Tam's grip never left his weapon. When the camp lights finally came into view, Hask-9 shifted once, like the reality of where he was headed had finally settled. "You don't know what you're stepping into," he said quietly, voice carrying just enough for Kale to hear. Kale didn't answer. Tam did. "Then you can explain it to us in a room where you don't have a speeder to run back to." That shut him up again. Rill was waiting at the landing pad. Arms crossed, expression unreadable, the faint glow from the perimeter lamps catching the dust still clinging to her vest. She looked Hask-9 over once, then gestured toward the inner corridor. "Bring him in." Kale nudged the man forward. He walked stiffly, hands bound in front, but didn't resist. Tam walked close behind. Inside, Vex was already pulling COMM logs from the speeder's core. He had the casing half open, cables hooked into the dash, a data pad balanced awkwardly on one knee. His eyes flicked up briefly as they passed. "Brought us a present." "Don't break it," Kale said. "I don't break things," Vex muttered, turning back to the console. Rill opened the door to the holding room. It wasn't much, bare walls, one table, two chairs, a small light. No locks on the door, but two armed trainees were stationed outside. She pushed Hask-9 in and motioned for him to sit. He sat without protest. His eyes scanned the room, then landed on me as I walked in last. "You're in charge." I grinned. "Depends on the day. Sometimes it's Rill. Sometimes it's Kale. Today it's whoever doesn't have to listen to Vex complain." Tam shut the door behind us. Kale leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Rill sat across from Hask-9, folding her hands on the table. "Let's keep this simple. Who hired you?" The man shook his head. "I already told them. I don't know names. Only call signs." "Then repeat them." "Kara passes the instructions. She says they come from Z Delta." Rill's eyes narrowed slightly. "And you never asked who Z Delta is?" "I don't get paid to ask." Tam spoke from the corner. "You get paid to walk blind into Sith relay sites." Hask-9 gave a faint, humorless laugh. "Credits spend the same." Kale's voice was even. "How long have you been doing this?" 2 months. Sometimes every week, sometimes longer gaps. I'm not the only one. They use others too." Rill tilted her head. "Others? How many?" "I don't know. 4? 5? Maybe more. We don't meet. We don't talk. All I know is we use the same call sign." "Which means Hask-9 isn't just you," I said. He nodded once. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on the table. "Then why not just give you separate tags? Why rotate the same one?" "Because it makes it harder to track," he said simply. Rill's eyes stayed on him. She didn't blink. "Do you know what you've been carrying?" she asked. "No. Never asked." "No." I smiled at him. "You're very cooperative for someone who claims to know nothing." He met my eyes without flinching. "Because knowing nothing is the safest way to stay alive." Tam muttered, "Or the easiest way to lie." I raised a hand. "Easy. He's talking." Outside the room, Vex's voice came through the intercom. "I've got his COMM logs." Rill tapped the control. "Report. Speeder core shows 16 trips in the last 8 weeks. Same beacon routes we've mapped. But But what? I asked. Vex's grin was audible even through static. 2 of the trips weren't him. Kale straightened. Explain. COMM signature shifted mid-log. Same call sign, Hask9, but voice imprint different. 1 male, 1 female. Our friend here only matches 9 of the 16 runs. I glanced at Hask9. His expression didn't change. You said there were others, I told him. He nodded once. Looks like you weren't lying. Tam muttered something under his breath. Rill turned back to the intercom. Can you match the other imprints? Working on it, Vex replied. Give me an hour. The interrogation ran another 20 minutes. Hask9 stuck to his line. He didn't know names, only call signs. He didn't know the contents of the crates. He didn't know where the routes ended, only that they were passed forward, one hand to the next. He wasn't hostile. He wasn't scared. Just tired, like someone who'd been through this before and accepted that whatever happened next was out of his control. When Rill finally stood, she didn't look convinced, but she didn't press further. Kale left without a word. Tam lingered, arms crossed, watching Hask9 like he expected him to make a break for it. I leaned across the table one last time. If you're lying, we'll know. If you're not, congratulations, you're the least important man in the room. That almost got a smile out of him. Almost. Later, in the console room, Vex had the logs spread across 3 screens. He didn't look up as we walked in. I've got your other Hask9s, he said. Names? Rill asked. Not yet. Just profiles. 1 male, tall, older voice. 1 female, younger, clipped accent. Both using the same call sign at different times. The logs overlap with Kerr's orders. Tam frowned. So she's running more than 1 courier. Not just more, Vex corrected. She's rotating them. Makes it harder to track patterns. Kale folded his arms. We tracked them anyway. Vex smirked. You're welcome. I clapped him on the shoulder. See? And you said you never break things. He swatted my hand away, muttering. Rill was already looking at the grid projection. We can't trust any drop marked Hask9. Could be any of them. Which means, I said, we stop chasing couriers and start looking higher. Kale nodded. Tam finally spoke. Then we go for Kerra. Chapter 23, Watching the Liaison. The relay station sat carved into the cliff face, its exterior disguised as a stripped-down mining depot. From a distance, it looked abandoned. Closer, the signs were clearer, fresh repulsor tracks in the dust, energy bleed faintly visible along the outer edges, and a functioning comms mast blinking in precise intervals. It was Republic make, but the codes moving through it were Sith pattern. Kale and Rill arrived 2 hours before Kerr's scheduled window. They parked their bikes in a shallow gully, masked the cores with static blankets, and moved up on foot. The slope was jagged, uneven, but it gave them cover as they closed in. Kale crouched behind a jut of stone and raised the scope. Rill sat beside him, silent, her scanner balanced across her knees. 2 guards at the entrance, Kale said quietly. Not military. Just civs with blasters. Rill adjusted her scanner. Energy levels inside are low. Not running heavy equipment. Just the mast and the consoles. Kale lowered the scope. Makes sense. Keeps the footprint down. Rill turned the scanner slightly. There's movement deeper inside. Hard to pin numbers. At least 3. Kale nodded once. So 5 total, minimum. They settled in. For the first half hour, nothing changed. The guards stood near the door, barely shifting, talking occasionally but without much interest. A supply droid trundled out once, empty crate balanced on its chassis, then returned with the same crate filled with power cells. Rill noted the timestamp. Every 40 minutes, that droid cycles. Kale kept his scope steady. Routine. Sloppy routine, she corrected. Kale gave the faintest smirk. Sloppy makes it easier. You think everything is easy. Not everything. Just most things. She didn't look at him, but the corner of her mouth shifted briefly before she returned to her scanner. At the 1-hour mark, a figure emerged. Kuradammer. Kale adjusted the scope. Visual confirmed. Female. Mid-30s. Civilian dress. Blaster at the hip. Rill tapped her scanner. Signal tag matches. She's carrying a transmitter. Kura spoke with the guards briefly, then moved down the slope, cloak drawn tight. She didn't seem cautious, her stride was relaxed, her head tilted slightly as if she knew exactly where she was going and wasn't worried about being followed. Rill murmured, confident. Kale tracked her through the scope. She's heading east. Away from the station. Meeting someone. Maybe. They left their perch and moved parallel to her path, keeping low along the ridge. Kura walked steadily for nearly half an hour. She didn't check behind her once. The path she followed was rough, winding, but every turn led toward a canyon fork lined with stone outcroppings. Kale and Rill stopped at the ridge above the fork. From there, they had full view of the approach. Rill set her scanner. No heat signatures yet. Kale said, then we wait. 10 minutes later, another figure appeared at the far end of the canyon. Male, tall, heavier build, cloak drawn up. He carried a pack slung across one shoulder. Rill zoomed the scanner. Signal spike. That's another handler. Kale's jaw tightened. Hask 9 again. No. Different signature. This one logs as Kesh 2. Kale lowered his scope. So we've got 2 call signs in play at once. Kura reached the center of the fork. The man met her there. They exchanged no words Kale could hear, but the body language was clear. Kura gestured to the pack. The man set it down. She scanned it quickly, then handed him a data pad. He checked it, nodded, and left the pack at her feet. Rill spoke quietly. Transfer complete. No delay. No crate search. Kale kept his voice level. She trusts him. Or she doesn't care what's inside. They watched as Kura lifted the pack herself and started back toward the station. The man left the way he came. Kale lowered the scope. We follow her. Rill nodded once. The return was slower. Kura carried the pack carefully, but not like it was dangerous. More like she was trying not to drop it. She didn't notice Kale and Rill shadowing her above the ridge. When she re-entered the station, the guards stood aside without a word. The pack went inside. The door sealed. Kale shifted position. We won't see more from here. Rill powered down her scanner. Then we go closer next time. Kale smirked faintly. Finally getting bold. I'm just tired of waiting. He glanced at her. Patience. She looked back at him, expression flat. You're the one who always rushes. He chuckled once, quietly, then turned back to the scope. They returned to base after nightfall. Vex had 3 displays running when they walked in. He didn't look up. So. Kale dropped onto the bench, pulling his gloves off. Kura met another handler. Male. Call sign Kesh 2. Transfer was clean. Pack went inside. Rill handed Vex the scanner. Signal log. He plugged it in, eyes narrowing as the data scrolled. Yeah, that's Kesh too. He's run 3 drops in the last 6 weeks. Always through Kura. Tam leaned against the wall. So she's coordinating multiple handlers. Looks that way, Vex said. I grinned. Told you she was interesting. Ril crossed her arms. She's more than interesting. She's central. Kale said, then we keep watching her. Chapter 24, Under the Cover of Supply. Ril didn't argue when I laid it out. She just nodded, adjusted the strap on her jacket, and asked when. Kale didn't nod or ask, he just gave me the same look he always gave before an infiltration, the one that meant he'd already started running through the steps in his head. We don't go in shooting, I reminded them. You're not commandos tonight. You're board supply crew. Kale gave a short grunt. That's easier. Ril glanced at him. You've never been bored in your life. I grinned. You two will fit right in. Techs are never happy to be here. Vex was the one with the heavy lifting this time. He pulled up the registry logs for the relay's droid fleet and replaced the ID for one of the missing supply contractors with a falsified profile. According to the console, 2 human techs were scheduled to arrive with a delivery crate from a mining outpost. In reality, it would be Kale and Ril walking in with an empty case. It'll pass the front scan, Vex said, leaning back in his chair. The guards at the door aren't going to check serials. They'll see uniforms, they'll see a crate, and they'll wave you through. Ril adjusted her vest. And once we're inside. That's on you. Kale picked up the empty crate, testing its weight. Light. Too light. Fill it with rocks, Vex suggested. Kale set the crate down harder than he needed to. You fill it. I chuckled. Kale, you're supposed to act like a grumpy tech, not be one. He didn't smile, but the look he gave me was close enough. They left just before midday. The sun was high, shadows sharp, and the wind carried dust across the canyon floor. Ril rode the lead bike with the crate strapped to the back, Kale behind with the falsified supply tags clipped to his belt. The ride to the station was steady. Neither spoke much, though Ril occasionally adjusted her goggles and checked the crate's straps. Kale stayed focused, his jaw set. At the outer ledge, they dismounted and loaded the crate between them, carrying it toward the station's front gate. The 2 guards were the same ones Kale had scoped the day before: civilian posture, standard blasters, expressions board. Ril led, holding the data pad out. Delivery from Outpost 4. Replacement cells and tools. One guard scanned the data pad. The screen flashed green. The other barely looked at the crate. Inside. Drop it at Bay 2. Kale didn't speak, didn't break stride. Just walked straight past. Ril followed. The inside of the relay station was quieter than expected. A narrow corridor led down to the main floor, where a handful of workers moved crates, checked consoles, and monitored the comms mast. It looked like a standard civilian operation, except for the faint hum of encrypted signals running along the walls. Kale set the crate down where the guard had pointed. Ril glanced around, eyes scanning for Kura. She's not on the floor, Kale muttered. Then we find her. A worker passed by, barely sparing them a glance. Another scanned a crate, yawned, and walked off. The atmosphere was loose, unconcerned. Ril leaned close to Kale. They don't expect trouble. Kale kept his voice low. They wouldn't recognize it if it walked through the door. She gave the faintest smile. Like us. They didn't move immediately. That would have drawn attention. Instead, Kale knelt to check the crate straps while Ril pulled up a datapad and pretended to log inventory. 10 minutes passed. Workers came and went. No one questioned them. Finally, Kura appeared from the far corridor, the same pack she'd collected earlier slung across one shoulder. She spoke briefly with a technician, handed over a data chip, then continued into a side room. Rill nudged Kale. There. Kale straightened, wiping his gloves on his vest. We go. Now. They left the crate and followed, careful to match the pace of the workers around them. The side room's door closed behind Kara. Kale and Rill waited, then slipped inside before anyone could notice. The room was small, lined with consoles and shelves of equipment. At the center, Kara knelt beside a crate, the same one from the Kenyan fork. She opened it, pulled out a set of data cores, and began transferring them into a smaller case. She didn't look surprised when she spoke. You're not supply crew. Kale froze. Rill's hand shifted slightly toward her sidearm. Kara didn't move. She kept her eyes on the cores. Don't bother lying. I knew the second you walked in. Too alert. Too careful. Kale stepped forward slowly. Then why let us through? Because if you were hostile, you would have already fired. If you're not, then you want to watch me work. Rill asked, and why are you so calm? Kara finally looked up. Her expression was flat, but there was a hint of something else, tiredness, maybe irritation. Because this isn't the first time someone has followed me. It won't be the last. And because shooting you would be more trouble than it's worth. Kale said, what's in the cores? Logs, she said simply. Supply records. Signal traces. Nothing you haven't already seen. Then why guard them? Because the people paying for them think they're important. Rill's tone sharpened. And who are those people? Kara closed the case and stood. That, I won't tell you. Kale shifted his stance, serious now. You can tell us here, or you can tell us later when the questions are less polite. She smirked faintly. Threats from supply techs. Rill stepped forward. We're not techs. I know, Kara said again. She lifted the case. So decide. Stop me now, or follow me later. But if you stop me now, you'll have to explain to the guards why two strangers are standing in my office. Kale's hand flexed near his weapon. Rill's eyes narrowed. Kara brushed past them without waiting for an answer. Kale and Rill returned to the crate, pretending to check straps again until Kara had gone. They left 10 minutes later, walking as casually as they had entered. The bikes waited at the gully. They didn't speak until the station was out of sight. She knew, Rill said flatly. Kale tightened his gloves. She wanted us to know she knew. Rill looked at him. So what now? He mounted the bike. Now we tell the others. When they returned, Vex nearly fell out of his chair listening to the report. She caught you in her office and just let you walk out. Kale sat on the bench, silent. Rill crossed her arms. She isn't afraid. That makes her dangerous. Tam frowned. Or it makes her untouchable. I leaned against the console, grinning faintly. Or maybe she just liked you too. Neither responded. Vex tapped the console. The important part is the cores. If she's moving logs, then she's central to the whole route. That makes her the best lead we've got. Rill said, then we follow her again. Kale finally spoke. Next time, closer. Chapter 25, A Tag on the Case. The briefing was short. It had to be. Kale wasn't one for long explanations, and Rill didn't need them. We're not getting her to talk, I said, leaning over the console. So we'll let the cores do it instead. Rill nodded once. She'll move them again. Kale checked the power on his rifle, then clipped it back to his belt. And when she does, we'll be watching. Vex slid a slim tracker across the table. It was no bigger than a fingernail, a flat piece of metal with a dull sheen. Range is 6 clicks on direct line, Vex said. If it bounces through the mast, I can stretch that to 10. Battery will last 30 hours if you keep it passive. If she checks for a signal, she won't find it unless she tears the casing apart. Rill picked it up, turning it between her fingers. Wait. None worth noticing, Vex said. It'll stick under a seam. Tam crossed his arms. You get caught planting it, she won't let you walk out this time. Kale didn't respond. He just took the tracker from Rill, slipped it into his vest, and tightened the strap. Then don't get caught, I said, smiling. Kale shot me a flat look. Rill smirked. They left again just after dawn. The canyon winds were calmer at that hour, the sky pale with the first light. The ride was quiet. Kale drove the lead bike this time, Rill behind with a false crate strapped down like before. Neither spoke much on the way, their focus was on the station ahead. The guards hadn't changed. The same two, standing with the same bored expressions, checking data pads with half-closed eyes. Rill handled the approach. She showed the forged manifest without hesitation. The guard scanned it, the screen blinked green, and he waved them through. Kale carried the crate straight to the same bay as before. Rill walked beside him, her expression unreadable. Inside, the station was no busier than the last time. The hum of the mast filled the background, steady and calm. Workers moved at their own pace, unconcerned. Rill whispered, "She'll come." Kale adjusted the crate on the rack. Then we wait. It took longer this time. Nearly an hour passed before Kara appeared. She came from the same corridor, her pace steady, a day top hat in one hand, her hair tied back tighter than before. The same case from the last drop was slung over her shoulder. Kale watched her without moving. Rill tapped her scanner, pretending to run an inventory check. Kara walked past them, barely glancing their way. She moved to a side table, opened the case, and began stacking the data cores in careful rows. Her attention was fixed entirely on the work. Rill shifted slightly, whispering, "Now." Kale moved. He walked toward the table with the easy stride of someone carrying a delivery log. He passed behind Kara, knelt to adjust the strap on the crate, and in that moment slipped the tracker under the seam of her case. 1 second, no more. He stood, dusted his gloves, and walked back to Rill. She didn't look at him, but her lips twitched slightly. "Subtle." He said nothing. Kara finished the transfer, closed the case, and sealed it with a coated latch. She picked it up, glanced briefly at Kale and Rill, then left without a word. Kale murmured, "She's still not suspicious." "She doesn't think we matter," Rill replied. "That's a mistake." They waited another 10 minutes, then carried the crate back outside. The guards didn't even look up as they passed. The return to base was steady. The tracker signal blinked once, then twice, then came online fully as Vex synced it to the console. "I've got her," Vex said, tapping the screen. "She's heading south. Not back to the vault. Different route." Kale stood behind him, arms folded. Rill leaned over the console, eyes locked on the signal line. "Where?" she asked. "Still tracing. She's weaving through the canyon." Tam paced the room. "She's moving careful." Vex shook his head. "No. She's moving normal. This is her routine." The signal pulsed again, stronger this time. "Southwest ridge," Vex said. "She's heading for the plateau edge." Kale's voice was even. "That's too far for a personal stash." "Then she's meeting someone," Rill said. 2 hours later, the tracker stopped moving. The signal steadied, holding in one location. "Stationary," Vex confirmed. "She's inside a structure. Walls are dampening the pulse, but it's not gone. I leaned over his shoulder. Coordinates. He pointed at the map. Here. 15 clicks southwest. Cliff Hollow. Looks natural, but the signal says otherwise. Kale grabbed his gloves. Then we move. Rill followed without hesitation. Tam muttered, "You're walking into whatever she's guarding." I grinned. Good. About time something got interesting. Chapter 26, Watching from the Heights. The ride to the hollow took nearly 3 hours. Kale and Rill kept their speed steady, cutting across the flatter basin before climbing into the jagged ridges that overlooked the plateau. The sun burned high above, heat bouncing off the stone, but they didn't slow. By the time they reached the final slope, both had dismounted, leading the bikes by hand to keep noise down. The tracker signal pulsed faintly from Kale's wrist display, each ping steady and rhythmic. "She's inside," Rill said quietly. Kale nodded once. "Signal hasn't moved in over an hour. She's settled." They parked the bikes in a shallow cut, covered them with dust cloths, and began the climb. The ridge was sharp, uneven, with loose stone that shifted underfoot. Kale led, boots finding careful footholds, while Rill followed with her scanner strapped tight to her side. At the top, they crouched low and crawled to the lip. Below them stretched the hollow wide, circular, hidden in the cliff face like a collapsed cave. From above, it looked like nothing but shadow. From their angle, they could see the faint outline of a landing pad carved into the stone. Kale raised his scope. 2 guards. Not the same as before. Heavier gear. Helmets. Rill adjusted her scanner, eyes narrowing. Energy signature inside. Medium output. Running equipment. Type. Hard to tell. Could be comms. Could be storage. Kale tracked his scope across the pad. There. Kara. Rill shifted closer. Visual. Clear. She's with another figure. Describe. Male. Armor light, but not civilian. Markings stripped. Rill frowned slightly. Not Republic. Not Sith either. Kale's tone was steady. Could be freelance. Could be worse. They watched as Kara set the case down between them. The man knelt, opened it, and inspected the data cores. He nodded once, spoke briefly, then handed her a credit chit. She pocketed it without hesitation. Transaction, Rill said flatly. Kale kept the scope steady. Routine for her. Not routine for us. For nearly 20 minutes, the exchange continued. The man asked questions Kale couldn't hear. Kara responded evenly, occasionally gesturing toward the case. The guards stayed at their posts, scanning the perimeter but never looking up toward the ridge. Rill whispered,